Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. He Anglican priest, Reverend Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy lunchtime to y'all. Let's see. There we go. Kimar, congratulations. You are first in chat. Being first in chat comes with its privileges and its punishment. The punishment is what we like to focus on. Everything I percolated worldwide for the rest of the day is your responsibility. Let's see. All right, good stuff, all of it. Let's see. Forgot to unlurk a while ago, but I'm back. Welcome back. Good to have you here. We're going to get... it's quite an entrance. Yes. We're here. We're here. All right. We're going to get right to court because we stalled this morning, and that was no bueno because we just took too long. We've got to jump back to courts because we need to get caught up because one of these days they're going to just be done with evidence. We have to be caught up by then. So let's go ahead and do that.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Kitty, welcome. Have some lightly salted blue diamond almonds as a snack as well today. So we might have a handful of those. We're a little less than half a day behind is where we're at right now. Well, about a day behind, but we're catching up.
All right, 2:30.
All right, have a seat, everybody. All 14 jurors have returned. Thank you very much. I hope and trust your lunch went well. Your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Melissa Graf.
Ma'am, come on up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand once you get there.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, come on up and have a seat, ma'am, please. Could you please tell us your name?
Melissa M. Graf.
Graf, spelled how?
Graf as in Frank.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
How are you employed?
I work for the State of Wisconsin Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
And in what capacity?
I work in the identification section, so that deals with friction ridge detail and footwear evidence.
How long have you worked for the crime lab?
I am now in my 28th year.
And I'm just going to put up an item for you, Exhibit 135 for the witness only, please. Do you see 135 on the monitor in front of you?
I do.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it, please?
It is Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, my statement of qualifications.
Is this a document you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And it's a total of 4 pages?
Yes.
And do you believe this is an accurate representation of all the training and education that you have undertaken during the course of your employment at the crime lab?
Yes, it is.
Have you always worked in the identification area?
Yes.
And what's your education, formal education and training for that position, please?
I have a bachelor's degree from Marquette University. I successfully completed a 3-year apprenticeship type program with a senior examiner at a private crime laboratory in Illinois. I have received over 200 hours of comparison classes and over 100 hours of processing classes. I am also certified by the International Association for Identification.
And is the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory certified or, can't think of the word, when it comes to the work in the identification field?
Yes, they are ASCLD accredited.
Thank you.
Yes.
After lunch, my brain's slow. You mentioned friction ridge detail. In easy to understand terms, tell the jury what that means.
Friction ridge detail refers to the skin that you have on your hands and then the bottom of your feet too. And it's a different kind of skin than any other skin you have on the rest of your body. And it's different because it has raised ridges. And these raised ridges do not flow smoothly always from one side to the other. They can flow along and then suddenly split into two or stop abruptly. And where that happens, we call those minutia points. And then on top of these ridges, they're also different because they have sweat pores. And so like a rubber stamp, when we touch an object, there's a chance that we're going to leave behind a copy of that friction-rich skin. And like I said, it's on your fingers, on your palms, and the bottoms of your feet.
Have you been asked in the past to examine, I'll say specifically with a paper document, examine a paper document for friction-ridge detail?
Yes, I have.
Is it possible to do that on a piece of paper? Sorry. About how many times have you done that before?
I average about 200 cases a year, so within about 1,400 cases, and there's multiple items per case, I would say at least 1,000 pieces of paper in my career.
Okay. And ultimately, would you issue a report after you've done your work in a specific case?
Yes, I do.
And have you ever been asked to testify in a courtroom before?
I have.
About your work?
Yes.
About how many times?
Believe about 28.
Okay. Okay to proceed with this witness, Mr. Wolf?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. I would move for admission of 135, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
135 is admitted. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to put up 136 for the witness only, please, and ask you to identify 136.
That is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings.
And specific to the case involving a Stephanie Pavlons, is that correct?
That is correct.
And this is work that you did at the request of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
And in addition to this report, did you also provide to me a PowerPoint or a PDF format of some slides to assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, before we move on from 136, if you could please just go through the 4 pages for the witness. And it looks like pages 1 and 2 are duplicated.
It's missing page 3 and 4.
Okay, I see that. Pages 3 and 4 would be template type material, for lack of a better word?
I forget what it's titled off the top of my head, but it's a appendix of what some of our abbreviations and further descriptions of what is in the report.
Okay.
Like a vocabulary list.
Sure. Okay. Explaining terms and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. So in 136, it's 4 pages, but pages 1 and 2 are identical to pages 3 and 4 of the exhibit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Move to admit 136, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 admitted.
All right. And then would you please display for the witness only 137? Do you recognize 137?
Yes, I do.
And this is the slides or PowerPoint that you assembled for assistance during your testimony specific to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And again, do you believe this is a true and accurate representation of your work?
Yes.
Move to admit 137 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
137 is admitted.
All right. If we could please put up 137. Is this the item that you were asked to examine in this case?
Yes, it is. That's a copy of the front of the item.
And this was photographed at the lab before you did any work on it?
This is actually photographed after I have already exposed it to indane zinc chloride. It's an overall picture that our photo people take so that it's a reference shot.
Okay.
So this is the picture that she took prior to Indane zinc chloride is something you can only visualize with a laser. So this is without the laser.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 second, please. Tell us the name of that substance again, please.
Indane zinc chloride.
Zinc chloride, I know Deidre's got that, but the first word, if you could spell that for us.
Oh boy. I-N-D.
Stumped her. We had a German word yesterday.
Oh, actually, it's in my PowerPoint.
Okay.
I believe it's I-N-D.
Where is it in the PowerPoint? Let's go there.
Go to slide right there. I-N-D-A-N-E-D-I-O-N-E.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Opera.
Thank you, Judge. So page 1, slide 1, is simply an overview photograph. You're telling us. Okay. Next slide, please. Slide 2.
That's the back side of the letter.
Okay. Slide 3.
And then this is what it looks like when you expose the piece of paper to a laser. It actually makes the chemical fluoresce. So that's the front side.
So you applied this chemical to the notes, to item L.
Correct.
Okay. And then asked somebody else in your lab to photograph it.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then the next slide is the back side.
Okay.
Processed.
Why did you apply this chemical to the note?
It's our policy and procedure that as I told you about how when you touch an object, there's a chance that you leave a copy of that friction detail behind. We typically call it latent because that means hidden or unseen. When you're exuding the perspiration that comes out of those little sweat pores, you can also pick up oils and greases from your environment, and so they aren't visible with the naked eye. And so you have to do some type of chemical procedure, especially with paper, because fingerprints are made up of 98% water. And so that water absorbs into the paper. And so we can't see friction-rich detail on paper unless it's in a substance such as blood or paint or something that's on the friction-rich detail that gets transferred to the paper. So we need to do a chemical to it that goes into the paper fibers, reacts with that residue that's left behind to make it visible.
Thank you. Are you able to explain to us, from my vision or my view of this, I see kind of a lighter colored streak across about the middle of the page. Do you see that?
I do.
And then in the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, number 4, I see another real light white or lighter colored area. Do you see that as well?
I do.
Can you explain those brighter areas? What is that significant of?
It's just that the chemicals react with the paper in a different way. I did note in my notes that this piece of paper was highly crumpled. Okay. So if there is any other substance that the chemicals end up reacting to, sometimes you get a lot of background fluorescence due to the whiteners and brighteners in paper.
Okay.
It could be a foreign substance on there that I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, you didn't identify that.
No.
Okay, but if the paper had been crumpled and you straightened it out for these photographs, I assume.
Correct.
And
it didn't come crumpled when I opened it. It was in an envelope, so it was open, but I could tell that the paper was not pristine.
Because you could see creases.
Correct.
And wrinkles.
Yes.
Okay. And that may show up as these lighter shaded areas?
They can, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Slide 5, please.
So then after indane, we follow up with another chemical called ninhydrin. And that actually turns the residue from your fingerprints purple. So you don't need a laser to see it. You can see it with the naked eye. And so this is just an overview of the ninhydrin processing front of the page.
And ninhydrin is Ninhydrin?
That's correct.
Okay. Are these photographs in the order of the process you went through?
They are.
All right. Could you go back up to, I can't tell what we're on 5, but I'll keep going, please. Keep going, stop. Okay, slide 1. I see in the bottom right-hand corner of item L itself, the note itself, it appears to be some type of scale or ruler. Do you see that on item L? Mm-hmm. Tell us what that is, please.
Per our policy, we have to have all of our photographs done one-to-one. When we go to enter them into our automated friction-rich detail system, they need to be resized one-to-one. So our policy is whenever we have friction-rich detail that we think is possibly suitable, we have to put a scale on the item for the photographers so that they can make it one-to-one for us. So that's I call it, it's a disposable scale. They come in a roll, and it's got little stickiness on the back, and we stick it on the item, and then we can remove it after each process so that the next process can get developed, and so that the scale doesn't obliterate anything that might be underneath it.
I see. And so is it kind of similar to like a sticky note as far as the level of adhesion?
It's very similar to a Post-it note, yes.
Okay. And pretty easy to take off or remove?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think we had just talked about slide 5. So slide 6 is?
So slide 6 is the ninhydrin on the back. side. And if you look real close, you can see just to the outside of that scale what the backing looks like. It's just like a wax paper type backing.
I see.
So that one I didn't pull off and stick on the paper. I just included it for the photographer to put in the picture, but it's just not on the piece of paper.
Okay. Slide 7.
So this is going back to when I would do my analysis of the Indane Dione photos. And you'll see that there's a blue arc in the middle with an LFRD1. The L stands for the item. FRD stands for friction ridge detail 1. By policy, we have to give a numerical number to each one of our friction ridge detail areas that we find suitable.
It's a little hard to see, so can you circle that? It's a touch screen in front of you. Can you circle that blue arc you're referring to, please?
Yeah. You'll see it closer in the next.
Okay. May we preserve that as 137A, Your Honor?
Any problem with that?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. All right. We're ready? Okay. Next slide, please. 8.
So I have just taken the photo and rotated it so that the L is upright. That's all that's happened in this slide.
Okay. And zoomed in more?
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Slide 9.
So it's done in Photoshop. We upload our images, and what you'll see here is green little dots. And those green little dots are like how I explained earlier, how when you have friction ridge detail and you have ridges that go smoothly and they don't stop, or sometimes they stop and sometimes they split, they don't go smooth. What you see at each of those green little circles is one of those minutia points. And so we put a green dot where we find a minutia point. And green signifies that I'm pretty confident that that is actually a minutia point. I don't believe I have any yellows. If I had a yellow on there, it would be, well, I might see something there, but I'm not sure. But all of these are green, so I felt very confident in what I was observing. The orange in the middle is an indication to me that something is going on there in the middle. It doesn't flow as smoothly and is not as clear as the friction ridge detail to the right and to the left. There may have been a crease in the piece of paper there. I'm not exactly sure, but it's an indication to me that something is a little bit more difficult and harder to interpret in that circled area.
Okay. Next slide, please.
These are the fingerprint cards that I obtained to do comparisons with.
And do you know who these cards belong to? If we zoomed in, you could tell us?
The top 3 are Matthew, Edward, Pahl, and the bottom 2 are Stephanie.
Pavlons?
Stephanie Jean Pavlons.
Okay.
So I obtained 5 cards total.
And those were provided to you by the police officers?
No, I had to get those out of our automated fingerprint identification system. No fingerprint cards were submitted with this case.
I see. Okay. Next slide, please.
So then this is just an overview of the fingerprint card that I had used in one of the comparisons.
And this would be for Matthew
and
Matthew
Pahl.
Okay. Next slide.
And so then on my left is the questioned impression with my green dots. And I have on the right side the right thumb of Matthew Pahl. When we do comparisons, what I do is pull up the unknown on one side of my screen and then the known on the other. And what I'm looking for is the same ridge flow to start with. And then I start looking for those green points. And I'm looking for the unit relationship between each other. So if you look at the orange area and you go to the left, you'll see 3 green dots. And there might be 1 or 2 ridges in between them, and one is maybe a little bit higher and a little bit lower. And that's what I call the unit relationship to each other. And then I have to go to the known card and try to find those same points and same unit relationship to each other.
Were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, if you go to the next slide.
Okay. For the record, that was slide 12. This is slide 13.
So what you see here is my final comparison. What I do is I mark in blue. So the blue dots correspond to the green dots. That means that I saw them in the same unit relationship, and that's where I have accounted for them in the known card. The purple dots are dots that I did not originally call green, but I have viewed them and observed them after I looked at the known. And in my opinion, they do correspond to what you see in the question. And so they're marked in a different color just to show that I didn't see them in my original analysis, but I did see them during the comparison.
And then
I believe that's it.
That's it. So what is your ultimate conclusion in this case, Ms. Graf?
So the latent fingerprint that I developed on item L was identified to the right thumb of Matthew Pahl.
Okay. I'm going to show you this item that has been admitted as Exhibit 53.
He grabbed it with his grubby fist.
Do you recognize 53?
I do.
Is that item L?
Yes, it is.
And is that how it came to you at the crime lab, in that envelope on the right side of the packet?
In this envelope, yes, not in the plastic.
Okay. And there's a sticker on there showing that it came to your crime lab, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Here's a question for you, Ms. Graf, if you can explain. We've had some testimony here today that it appears the bottom of item L has been ripped or altered in some fashion. It's not perfectly rectangular any longer. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Do you have any explanation for that? And if you can look in the envelope if you need to.
Well, no, and in looking at it now, it looks more cut than torn, and there's also a tag in here of Stephanie's. She would have been the DNA analyst.
I see.
I'm wondering, and I'm not 100% sure, that she may have looked at this item after I did.
Okay.
And that may have been something that she had done.
Can you look in the big brown envelope?
In the envelope?
Yeah, I think it's been cut.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's my initials on the bottom of the... If I would have done this during the last process that I do as physical developer, that's followed up after the ninhydrin. And sometimes physical developer weakens the bonds of the paper and it actually disintegrates. This is not a disintegrate, this is a cut.
Okay.
I would not have cut the item. And my initials are actually at the bottom of this piece.
Okay.
Which is how, per policy, I am supposed to initial and date and put the item number on each piece of evidence when I'm completed with it.
Okay. And you're telling us you can't say with certainty, but it's possible another analyst at the lab may have cut it for her process.
It's possible.
Okay. But we do have the whole note there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Graf, you said your lab is accredited. Who accredits your laboratory?
It's the Crime Lab, American Crime Lab Society, and ISO.
Okay. Are you familiar with the National Institute of Standards and Technology?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, but you're not a member of that organization at all?
I am not personally,
okay.
no.
You said you identified Mr. Pahl's thumbprint on the note, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be consistent with somebody picking up that note, correct?
It's consistent with somebody touching the paper. That's all I can say.
So you can't say at all how it was particularly handled?
No.
And you also said that various factors impact on whether or not a fingerprint is left on an item, correct?
That's correct.
So you can't rule out that anybody else handled that?
No, I cannot.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
Nothing on that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you. Do you want me to leave this?
You know what? Ms. Opper will take care of that.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a different witness to present, Your Honor.
Okay.
One had been discussed earlier.
All right. That's fine.
Ooh, we're deviating from the plan.
Let me assemble this first.
Do you want a glove?
Do you want a glove?
And is that person on their way in?
Yes, Detective Billing is in the courtroom.
All right, sir, why don't you come up to the witness stand to my right, remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up there, please.
He's back. Oh, I don't know who this is. Is this somebody else?
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. All right, have a seat, sir.
I've heard of wearing your heart on a sleeve, but this guy wears his badge on a necklace.
Jeremy Stilling.
All right, spell your first name for us.
Jeremy.
All right, go ahead.
How are you employed, sir?
With the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff?
Since January of 2015, 10 and a half years.
Okay. And what's your current role?
I work as a detective in the Detective Bureau.
Directing your attention to the date of September 18, 2023. Were you working in the Detective Bureau at that time, sir?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked to assist in executing a search warrant at the apartment of Matthew Pahl located at 1001 Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha?
Yes, I was.
And you were one of several officers present for that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Were you tasked with searching a particular area of the apartment?
Yes.
What area was that, sir?
There was a bookshelf. It's a smaller apartment. Bookshelf against the wall, and then there was a closet just next to the bookshelf, which ran adjacent with the kitchen countertop, I believe it was.
Okay. I'm going to put up a photograph by way of previous agreement. I'll just ask to publish, please, number 172. Do you recognize Exhibit 172, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is this the area you were just describing for us?
Yes, it is.
Where's the bookshelf?
On the right side.
Okay.
The black shelving unit.
And the closet?
To the left of that with the brown sliding doors and a gold handle.
Okay. And the door's actually open in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. In searching that closet, did you locate any items of interest relative to this investigation?
Yes, there was a piece of paper that was located on the top shelf. It was in some form of a box. I believe in my report I described it as an envelope box. And on said piece of paper, it had something to the extent of non-extraditable countries or countries with no extradition.
Okay. If we could please display 173. What is 173, please?
It is the note that I was speaking of.
Okay. It's a little hard to read. I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to zoom in a little bit. Okay. And we're looking at this white piece of paper, sir?
Yes.
And at the top on the right-hand side of the paper, what do you see there?
I see a number 1 circled with no extradition written right next to it.
Okay. And then below that?
Below that, I see a 2 with an X, 100K at, and then additional countries, multiples circled.
Does that actually say look at instead of 100K?
Yes, it does. Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
So the X means look at. And then there's a list of words there, correct?
Yes.
You recognize those words?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
Countries with no extradition.
Countries all around the world?
Correct.
Okay. And if the key of this note is to be believed, the ones that are circled don't extradite and the ones with an X need to be looked at?
Correct.
Okay. You found this in the belongings of Matthew Pahl on September 18, 2023?
Yes, in that closet.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination?
Right. I got the witness, Judge.
Go ahead.
Detective, you were searching the whole residence. Is that true?
My primary focus was that area that was depicted in the picture, sir.
That closet only?
Closet and the bookshelf.
And that note was with other items?
It was with additional pieces of paper, yes.
And what were on those other pieces of paper?
I could not recall.
Do you know who wrote that note?
I do not.
Do you know when that note was written?
I do not.
The note seems like it's... Do you have the note here with you?
I do not have the note, sir.
Do you know how long the note had been in that box?
I do not.
If that note was written 10 years ago, you would not disagree with me, would you?
I wouldn't know if it was written 10 years ago or the day of.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Next witness.
Thank you. This state will call Jesse Chilson.
I'd say good job to the defense there. You only had one true in there, I think. It's an improvement.
Come on up, please, to the witness stand to my right. And once you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand. Face up quick over here.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, please. And could you please tell us your name?
Jessica Chilson.
Spell the last name.
Chilson.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
How are you employed?
I'm a manager at Willow Park Apartments.
And how long have you worked down there?
About 5 years.
Okay. Do you know Matthew Pahl?
Yes, he was a resident at our residency.
Do you remember when he came to live at the Willow Park Apartments?
I'm not 100%, but I do believe it's like 2022.
Okay. If I show you a copy of his lease, would that help you know for sure?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask to display for the witness only Exhibit 167. It'll come up on the screen to your right there, ma'am.
It was November 1st of 2021.
Okay. And the exhibit that's on your screen there, 167, is that a copy of his lease?
Yes, that's the original lease.
Okay. And do you believe this is a true copy of the lease? In other words, nobody's altered it or changed it before court?
No, nobody's altered it.
Okay. Whoops. So November 1 of 2021, Mr. Pahl signed a lease with the Willow Park Apartments, correct?
Correct.
Was he allowed to have any roommates?
He can have guests, but nobody living with him.
Was that a rule of his rental agreement?
Yes.
Was it, if you had learned that he had somebody living with him, would that have been a violation of the rules?
Yes.
What would have been the consequence?
He would get a verbal warning, and then we would end up giving him 5-day notices, and we give him up to 3 5-day notices that he cannot do that.
Okay.
And then we end up evicting for not obeying the rules.
Okay. This is a secure building, right?
Correct.
And about how many units are in the building?
About 120.
Okay. And there's many doors that lead into and out of the building?
Yeah, but they're all locked. You have to have a key access to get into them.
Okay. And would it be possible for Mr. Pahl to sort of prop a door open and let somebody in?
Yes.
Okay. Are there cameras at the Willow Park Apartments?
They weren't at the time.
2022?
No, they were not cameras at the time.
Okay. You remember giving police officers access to your video recording system in August of 2022?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we did have cameras. We just got a new camera system.
I see. Okay.
So sorry.
That's okay. So since all this happened, you've replaced it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But back then, in 2022, you did have several visits from the sheriff's office, right?
Yes. The SWAT team was there.
Sure. But they also came and asked for your video, right?
Correct. Yeah, they took it a couple of times.
And you helped them retrieve it from your system?
Yes.
Okay. And the video cameras show all the doors and people that are coming and going?
Yes.
Okay. If Mr. Pahl rented the apartment solo as a single occupant of the apartment, would he have gotten one key to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. For the witness only, I move to admit 167, Your Honor, but I'm not asking to display it.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay, 167 is admitted.
And then for the witness only at this point, 168, please. Do you see what's shown on your screen there, ma'am?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is this?
That is something that Mr. Pahl gave me to make that if anything ever happens to him or he needs to have somebody access, we can let them in his unit without him saying or without him saying that it's okay to enter.
So if suddenly he's not there sometime, he's giving permission to somebody else to get into his apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe this is a true representation of that letter you got from Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
Move to admit 168, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
168 is admitted. You may publish.
All right, it's a little hard to read. Are you able to read that, Ms. Chilson? Would you rather I read it?
I, Matthew Pahl, give Kathy Pahl and Marcus Pahl and their choosing of moving company premises to move all my belongings, property off my property room. 317, apartment 317 at any time upon my request.
Okay, and then it's signed, thank you?
Thank you, 9/20/2022. And I signed it, and so did Mr. Pahl.
Okay. You remember him bringing that letter to you?
Yes.
Did you ask him for that letter?
No.
He just presented it to you and asked you to put it in his file?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
He wasn't planning on
So
coming
Mr.
back.
Pahl was on the lease, true?
Yes.
And he was allowed to have a guest at his apartment, true?
Yes.
How long was the guest allowed to stay?
About 2 days. And if the guest is somebody that's from out of town, then they would say about a week to 2 weeks. And if it has to be longer, they have to contact the office.
So out of town would be out of the city of Waukesha?
No, out of town, like up north or a different state or something that they're visiting for a long periods of time as far as on a vacation.
How does the tenant know that that's what out of town means?
We explained it to them at the time of the leasing.
So the guest is allowed to come over and stay. Are they allowed to bring clothes as far as a change of clothing?
Yes.
Now, as far as you know, were there any complaints from any other tenants that lived in the building against Mr. Pahl?
No.
No one complained about loud noises?
No.
No one complained about yelling occurring inside the apartment?
No.
In regards to that exhibit you were shown, that letter that Mr. Pahl gave you dated September 20th, 2022, you received that again from Mr. Pahl, true?
Yes.
And had he traveled to the Philippines and, God forsaken, died in the Philippines, would his parents been allowed to?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You're
Thank you.
excused.
In case my vacation kills me? Is that what he was saying?
State calls Kyle Hobeck.
That woke the defense up. He was like, oh, wait, that's my witness. We're going to get the correct guy next.
Sir, if you come up to the witness stand to my right, And once you get up here, remain standing.
It's not that uncommon in military families, getting your will and everything in order before you go on a deployment. Nope, cameraman's lost again.
Yes. All right, have a seat, sir. Can you tell us your name, please?
Kyle Hobeck.
Spell both the first and last.
Kyle, K-Y-L-E, Hobeck, H-O-B-E-C-K.
Will you need to know to get out of school today, Kyle?
Hi, Mr. Hobeck.
Hello.
All right, I'm just going to ask that you talk slowly, okay, so the court reporter can take everything that you say down. At some point in the summer of 2022, do you recall coming across a Facebook marketplace sale for a power washer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you buy a lot of things on Facebook Marketplace?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You just have to wait until I finish the
sorry.
question, okay? It sounds like you're a little nervous. So why were you trying to buy a power washer?
To fix, to resell.
All right. Is that kind of a business you have?
Yes.
So who did you contact on Facebook about buying a power washer?
Profile by the name of Stephanie.
All right. And did you know this person?
No.
Ever meet her in person before?
No.
So you just see the post and you send her a message?
Correct.
That's pretty much how Facebook Marketplace works, right?
Yes.
You see something you're interested in, you might send a message to the seller, see if it's still available.
Yes.
Okay. So that happens on July 19th of 2022. That sound about right?
Okay. Yes.
And then throughout July, do you and Stephanie kind of go back and forth about whether you're going to meet up for the power washer and begin to have kind of a conversation?
Correct. Yes.
Now, at some point, I want to say on August 9th of 2022, you still hadn't met up with Stephanie, right?
Correct.
You had engaged in some conversation over Facebook Messenger, I should say?
Yes.
And on August 9th, do you recall exchanging phone numbers with Stephanie so that you could actually text instead of just communicating through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And after August 9th, do you remember continuing to try and contact Stephanie to get in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall sending Stephanie a Facebook message on August 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and August 27th of 2022?
Yes.
August 31st of 2022?
Yes.
And then a final message on August 31st?
Yes.
When you hadn't heard anything from Stephanie, did you get any responses to any of those messages?
When the response stopped, I received a text a few weeks later from another number.
Okay. So do you recall on September 14th then sending Stephanie a text message to her cell phone rather than communicating through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 174. So I'm going to show it just to you first. It's going to come up on your screen right there in front of you. It's going to take a second. All right. Do you see what we have in front of you there?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a number with the last digits of 8558. Do you recognize that number?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your number?
Yes.
And what's the message that you sent to Stephanie?
You still got the pressure washer for sale.
Okay. And that's a message you sent to Stephanie on September 14th at 1:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a response to that text message?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And then you said a couple days later you got a message from a different number?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to move Exhibit 174 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, you may do so.
All right. So this is that message that we just talked about that you sent to Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I can show for just the witness, please, Exhibit 175. Were you familiar with the number that sent you a message talking about the power washer?
I was not.
Okay. I'm going to show you at the top of your screen. Can we go to the top, please? This is Exhibit 175. Do you recognize the phone number that's at the top?
I do not.
Can you please read that?
262-666-36.
And do you recognize these messages?
Yes, I responded to that message,
Okay.
questioning which pressure washer it was.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 175 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
175 is admitted.
Mr. Hobeck, do you recall giving law enforcement, they came to talk to you and they actually took a screenshot of your message, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the message on the left, who is that from? The message at the very top?
Unknown.
Okay. So that's coming from that number at the top that you don't know?
Correct.
Can you please read what it says?
I have your info from one of my workers who wasn't doing her job. There's a note, you're interested in a pressure washer that is for sale yet.
Okay, and at the bottom, underneath that message, does it say the date and time that you received that, or that it was
September 17th at 2:41 p.m.
Okay, and did you respond to that message?
Yes.
What did you say?
I'd buy a pressure washer. What do you got?
Did you know if this was referencing the same power washer or pressure washer that you'd been talking to Stephanie about?
I assumed because that was the only one I hadn't picked up.
Okay, so you had been making a lot of Facebook Marketplace purchases, and this was kind of an outstanding purchase?
Yep.
All right. And it looks like then you sent 4 more messages following September 17th and did not get a response. Is that
Correct.
true? Okay. And so fair to say that you did not have any contact with Stephanie Pavlons after August 23rd of 2022?
No.
Okay. And you attempted to make contact and never received a response?
Correct.
And ultimately then you received a text message from an unknown number?
Yes.
Did you know how this number was related to Stephanie?
I think earlier in the conversation she was selling stuff for her employer, so I figured this was her employer.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, sir.
All right, any cross?
Just a few questions, sir. So earlier in your conversation with Stephanie, she had told you she worked for somebody, true?
Yeah, she worked for a landscaping company, she said.
And she was trying to sell this...
Some equipment.
On behalf of her employer?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Right. Thank you very much. Any regret?
No.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
We should ask him about his Facebook page. At least get him got a
By the
plug-in
way,
for
I
selling
appreciate
pressure
your dressing up
washers.
for court.
Thank you.
On an everyday basis, you should see what people wear when they come.
Oh, we do, Judge.
Judge, I think we just need a minute with the court to talk about the next witness.
Okay, let's take a short break, okay?
All right, Secretary.
He should have at least got to plug his business, like use Pressure Washers R Us or something, whatever it is. Sounds like he knows his stuff. I'm all about helping somebody who's got a really good hustle going on, involving a little bit of labor.
Okay. The jurors have left. Have a seat, everybody.
So, Judge, we are not going to be bringing that in-custody witness next. We have our next witness is the lengthy witness, but I just wanted to let the court know that we weren't going to be bringing that witness into jail next.
Okay. So it's just a little bit after 2 o'clock. And this witness, it's a detective?
Yes.
Shrader, is it?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I sent the jurors out, and anybody else need a break for a moment or anything? All right, go ahead, because they usually take a number of minutes before they come back in any event. Let's take a break for about till quarter after, okay?
We're going to skip ahead so we don't lose our place. We need to gain constantly. Be catching up to live, not losing, falling back. All right.
Okay, we'll call Detective Shrader.
We're back. Hop, skip, and a jump. Zoom, zoom.
Sir, come on up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up here.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am. All right, please be seated.
It's infamous.
State your name, please.
First name David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name Shrader, S-C-H-R-O-E-D-E-R.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
In relation to the judge?
I am employed as a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned to our computer forensics lab.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I was hired as a deputy in December of 2014. Was promoted to detective in December of 2019. Within about 2 months of that, I was put into my position that I'm currently in.
You said you are assigned to the computer forensic lab. What does that mean?
For computer forensics lab, the primary, what we do is to identify, acquire, process, analyze, and report on electronically stored data. It's a long way of saying that we look at cell phones, computers, USBs, analyze that data, preserve that data for courtroom purposes. We also deal with historical cell site location analysis, which would be, whether you know it or not, your cellular provider, so AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, are keeping records that contain tower location information for every call, every text that you make. We as law enforcement utilize that information to get general locations of cellular devices.
To be in the computer forensic lab and to conduct a lot of these examinations of devices, do you need particular training and certifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
So the majority of my training is at the United States Secret Service National Computer Forensics Institute, that is in Alabama. Down there I have over 500 hours of training. That ranges from Windows forensics to Mac forensics to Android and Apple, device repair, network intrusion, pretty much anything tech-based. I have a certification from the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, which certifies me as a computer forensic examiner. As part of that, I am a peer review coach for them, which means other candidates that want to acquire that certification It's a 4-month process. They have to do different problem sets, and I'm assigned to review their work and coach them through the process. I also hold individual certifications in the various tools that we use, some of which you'll hear here are going to be Celebrite, maybe Axiom, Gray Key. So I hold certifications in all the tools that we use as well. On top of that, I have, I guess, enough experience. Since 2022, I have forensically examined over 500 individual devices, and I'm an instructor for Celebrite. So when I'm not working here, I'm a contract instructor for them and teach digital forensics. I teach their core classes, which would be regarding extractions of data, analysis of that data, and best practices in digital forensics. In terms of the historical cell site analysis, I've attended training through ABM Intel. They are a third-party training vendor for CellHawk. CellHawk is something that you'll hear quite a bit in my testimony. They hire third parties to teach their software and how to conduct record analysis of call detail records. In terms of experience with those, I think I've analyzed records in over 90 cases, and the total amount of records is in just north of 4 million records.
All right, excuse me for a second. You said you're going to use the term CellHawk. I presume that's a brand name?
That's correct, yes.
Can you spell that out for us, please? It sounds just the way it sounds.
Yep, CELLHAWK.
All right, thank you.
Because you've analyzed over 4 million records?
If you're going to count every individual record that is in the returns that we get, yes, it's over 4 million records.
And are you the individual at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department that is responsible for any of that cell phone tower mapping that you've briefly described for the jury?
Yes, I do have another partner that does it with me, but I am our primary person that does this analysis.
Okay, and so you've told us that you work in the computer forensic lab. Is it just you, or do you have any partners in the lab?
I have one partner in the lab with me.
And are you and your partner responsible for what we've heard to be downloading and extracting the data from digital devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you do that for both your department and assist other agencies?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this case, were you asked to assist in a death investigation related to a suspect and ultimately a defendant of Mr. Matthew Pahl related to a body that was found in the woods near OAW on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
So initially, what was your role in the investigation?
The very first thing I did was analyze extract cell phone data from what was identified as the decedent's old cell phone.
Okay, so that would be the victim, Stephanie Pahl?
Correct.
When you extract the data, can you just give us a pretty brief understanding of what exactly is happening and how you know that you're getting all the right data?
Yeah, so the tools we use, due to modern technology and encryption, reading the physical memory chip at like a binary level is not possible. So what our tools do on modern cell phones is conduct what we call a full file system extraction. That extraction of data extracts all live files available on the phone and puts them into a zipped container. So a lot of it is tables containing information, log files, your pictures, your text, your calls, and a bunch of stuff that you guys would not be able to see on your cell phone, such as system files and log files that you are not able to see by just clicking through your phone. Comes out into a zipped container, and then either you have the training to look at that manually, or we put it into another tool to analyze that data.
Okay. Later in the investigation, after a search warrant was executed at Mr. Pahl's residence, were you provided with more devices to assist the investigation by downloading and extracting?
Yes, ma'am.
What were those devices?
I was provided what was identified to me as the victim's new cell phone, and then also Mr. Pahl's cell phone.
Okay. Later on in your investigation, were you provided some extraction information from Detective Fine from the city of Waukesha?
Yeah, a lot later on.
Right, about a year after the initial investigation starts?
Correct.
Okay. And did you save all of those files into the Sheriff's Department system so that Detective Plennis, Detective Fredericks, and even yourself could review some of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so overall, there were a number of electronic items in this case that were collected, and you were responsible for either making sure someone else was able to extract those or completing those extractions at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you completed those extractions, fair to say that you have a little bit and probably a lot more experience than some of the other detectives in the Detective Bureau with going through the phones, understanding the data that you're looking at, and maybe even finding other things that detectives in the Bureau wouldn't really understand or know what they're looking at.
Sure, that would be fair to say.
Okay. And as a Celebrite instructor, you're very familiar with the tool Celebrite that's used to actually review some of these devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as part of the investigation, you did some of these extractions, you assisted in some of the investigation, and very early on, you were provided with phone records.
Correct.
Why were you provided with phone records related to Stephanie Pavlon's and ultimately then Mr. Matthew Pahl?
So our detectives that are assigned to do investigations, myself, I don't typically get assigned as like a lead detective or anything on an investigation. I serve in a support role. So the detectives assigned would typically obtain those records from the cellular provider via a warrant. Once they obtain those records from the provider, they bring them to me to either create graphical representations of that location data or analyze those records.
Okay. And in this case, they brought you those records and asked you to analyze them.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, as part of this investigation, were you asked to assist both Detective Fredericks, Detective Plennis, and ultimately the prosecution team in kind of putting together a timeline of all of the things that you were able to locate within the digital devices, but also other pieces of the investigation, and put them in time order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 202, just for the witness first. Okay. This is a 124-slide PowerPoint.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Detective, did you create this yourself in conjunction with Detective Fredericks and Detective Plennis, as well as the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
You reviewed and created this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this seem to be a fair and accurate description of the PowerPoint that you created?
From here it does. If you want to scroll the slides, I could
Sure, we can do
confirm
that.
Yes.
Okay, defense will stipulate. I would move Exhibit 202 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Detective Shrader, to clarify before we get started in this, did you know every single detail about the whole investigation in the same way that Detective Fredericks or Detective Plennis, as the lead detectives, understood and knew this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you asked, when asked to put this PowerPoint together, to provide specific pieces of information from different devices in order to help us put these this timeline in order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there may be some things that you know where it came from, but you don't know a lot of details about that piece of the investigation?
That's correct.
Okay. We're going to start with slide 1. Well, slide 2. All right. You told us that you got the cell phone records for Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons. Can you please explain to us what exactly we're looking at here and how call detail record analysis works?
Yeah, so before we get into the timeline portion of this PowerPoint, it's important that we understand portions of this PowerPoint, which are going to detail maps that show like a graphical representation of location data. It's likely that you guys have never seen it, so the first couple slides here just to explain a little bit about how your cell phones work and communicate with the network and the information that we receive from the provider that helps us map that information. So cell phones, well, modern cell phones are basically mini computers in your hand at their core level. They're a handheld radio that uses radio frequencies to communicate. When they're on, they're constantly scanning the network for the...
Can you slow down a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry. When your cell...
Okay, hold on.
When your cell phone is on, it is constantly scanning the network, looking for the...
We're gonna skip a little bit until we start getting some useful information. Is that okay? You guys all right with that? No complaints?
Shows us an example of what a cell site and sector looks like. Tell me about...
Don't need that. Examples of sectors.
From the tower. That estimated distance is based on a delay in time. So
this is still background and history.
So these are from T-Mobile. I don't determine what they send back. We make a request for the records that we want, and they respond with however they provide those. In this case, they provided a help document, a certification of these records, and then you'll see the files named CDR meditations or mediations. That's I'll call that the basic level call detail record. That's for your calls and your text. The data sessions file is for data usage. And then they broke down all the different time in advance files by date range.
Okay. And the next slide. These were the similar records that you obtained from Stephanie Pavlon's phone number ending in 7991.
That's correct.
Okay. And you used these same records, similar types of files, but for a different phone number to track Ms. Pavlon's device.
Correct.
Okay. Once you have these records and you have all of it looks like they come in Excel files?
For T-Mobile, yes, Excel files.
Okay.
It varies, but yes, these ones are in Excel files.
Okay. Once you receive the Excel file, what do you do with it?
Typically, we'll put them into CellHawk. I know I mentioned a lot of training, but it's as simple as dragging and dropping these Excel files into the software. What that software is designed to do is map these records. So it's important that we map them, but in these, there's probably, I didn't do a total, but there's thousands of records in here. So if I wanted to by hand, I could go through and map thousands of records by hand, but the software will do that very quickly for us. Where it would take me days, weeks, months to map all this, it'll do it in probably less than 5 minutes. And then we'll go in and verify any key points of interest.
Okay. Once you have the records in CellHawk, are you then able to narrow it down by a specific day or a specific time frame that you want to look more closely at?
Yes, you can apply filters to the data sets. So depending on what the request is or what I'm trying to analyze, I would apply filters to see that information.
And in this case, were you asked to first in your investigation look at the date of August 23rd for these records?
In summary, yes, but I first looked at Ms. Pavlon's records. Those are the first ones I had. and gave a general overview of the device's movements for that device.
Okay, and that assisted later in the investigation with determining kind of the last known place she was. Video was obtained from those areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you also able to make animations from this CellHawk software?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that helpful in an investigation?
Yay, animations.
So again, these records might not always get you down to an exact pinpoint area where the device is, but if you analyze them enough, you're able to see general routes of travel and established time frames for when a device maybe leaves or comes to an area. So I guess that's why we use the animations, is to show you guys and show other people that maybe don't have the training experience that general movement of a device.
You said that the difference between a call detail record and a timing advance is really comes down to the number of records that are retained. Is that right? There's a lot more records retained in timing advanced that are going to show you location information?
Correct. The time in advance, again, doesn't require the user to be using the phone. This is generating a lot more records than you'll call or text on your device. So there's going to be a lot more time in advance location information than there would be in a basic CDR. We also don't get that distance measurement in a basic CDR, so all I can really say is it's in this area away from the tower. I don't know precisely how far from the tower it may be.
Okay. Now, the next slide is going to go into our timeline. We start on August 19th. Throughout your assistance in this investigation, were you asked to review Skype messages that were obtained from Mr. Pahl's phone? And when I say review, I'm asking, were you asked to kind of find those within the devices and put those together?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to start on August 19th. If you can please read what we have here in the messages.
So beginning on August 19th, each of the following timestamps I'm going to give will be on August 19th. But these are a conversation through Skype between Mr. Pahl and Sherilyn, or who was Beautiful Disaster in Skype. At 6:32 a.m., Pahl says in part, "Find out about your annulment. I just want you to understand that so it's not a surprise, because it's becoming surreal for me that soon I will be there." At 6:43 a.m., Pahl says, "Also, you really had no reason to apologize to Stephanie. I'm asking you to just leave her alone for now. I don't think she'll be a good friend anyways." At 7:12 a.m., Pahl says, "Don't make me ask you again, because I will set it up. Won't be able to talk to her." 7:38 a.m., Pahl says in part, "I'm hoping my future will be in the Philippines with a good, honest girlfriend."
Okay. And the next slide. This is on August 20th. Were you also aware that there were Skype messages between the victim, Stephanie Pavlon, and the defendant, Mr. Matthew Pahl?
Yes, ma'am, there were quite a few.
And Skype is a little different in how they display, I guess, the messages from who they're from and who they're to, right?
Yes, it depends on which tool you're using to analyze it, or if you're looking for records you obtained from Skype themselves, yes.
Okay. And here we have in the message from and message to columns different live usernames from Skype, right?
Yes, those are Skype user IDs.
And were you able to determine which messages come from Mr. Pahl and which messages come from Ms. Pavlon's?
Yes, the live ID ending in BAB4 is for Matthew Pahl's account. The live Skype ID ending in 7432 is for Stephanie Pavlon's Skype account.
Okay. And these messages occurred on August 20th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Really, the significance of these messages is there's discussion about going swimming at the Y, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. August 21st, please. Based on your review of Mr. Pahl's initial cell phone, were you able to determine when he connected to the Wi-Fi in the Waukesha YMCA?
There was a log file that indicated he connected to the YMCA Wi-Fi at 1:40 p.m. about 1:40 p.m. on August 21st, 2022.
Why is that something that you, as you might, as an investigator, want to know where they're logging into Wi-Fi or connecting to Wi-Fi?
If we're talking about locations, it's helpful in identifying where they may be.
Okay, I'm going to play for you first this video on the left, which occurs at 4:17 to 4:19 p.m. And Detective, you recognize this as Willow Park surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
He's being so sneaky. He's texting somebody.
Okay, and the next video, please.
Door is still propped open. We can see from the light at the bottom right-hand corner of the door. Just a crack, a sliver of light coming through. Mr. Pahl heads up the stairs. In comes somebody else, who is not Stephanie, which sort of thwarts the whole plan of leaving the door cracked open for somebody. Along comes Stephanie, tries the door. Uh-oh. It's locked again. I mean, Stephanie has to text Matthew. Matthew, your plan was foiled by some neighbor of yours. Please drag your butt downstairs, limp your way down there and open the door for me.
That's fine. Detective Shrader, you saw Ms. Pavlons come up to the door and try and open it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she then sends a text message to Mr. Pahl from her phone to his phone saying, here?
Correct.
Okay. And we're not going to watch the rest of the video, but you review the video and Mr. Pahl returns and actually lets her in as he walks out.
Yeah, he walks out, doesn't appear to acknowledge her, and she slips in the door behind him, yes.
Okay, and that timestamp was consistent with the timestamp of the text message that you reviewed from the devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going to the next slide, please. You were also asked to assist in reviewing and compiling some of the email records that were obtained by Detective Plennis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is an email between Ms. Sherilyn Valente from a Gmail address to Mr. Matthew Pahl at a Phoenix 48.
Yes, those emails were identified to me, but that's what I was told, yes.
Okay, so you're asked, these are kind of the important things. Can you please look at these, find these, and assist us in putting them in time order?
Correct.
Okay. What does this email say and the date and time, please?
So it's August 22nd, 2022. It's an email from Sherilyn Valente to Matthew Pahl's email account. The subject is either praying hands or clapping hands in a black heart. And the body of the message reads, "Life isn't the same without you. Please come back," with a couple emojis after it.
Okay. The next slide is from August 23rd, and this is where you began mapping some of the cell phone records. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what we're looking at here on this slide.
So this is a still shot. I applied a filter to the records. I actually applied from midnight, so 0000 to 0830 on August 23rd, 2022. And I noticed that both devices, so from here on out, the blue records will be Mr. Pahl's device. The red records will be Ms. Pavlon's device. But all records between that time frame used a cell tower on top of 1001 Delafield.
And the tower was actually on top of the apartment building where they were staying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why is it important in an investigation like this to have not just the records of the deceased, but also the records of someone that lives with her?
I'm not sure what you mean by that,
Okay.
but we're... if you have another
I'm going to ask
go
you a
ahead.
different question.
Okay.
Why do you have them separate on this particular slide?
On this particular one, when these records overlap, they kind of look purple. So to keep it as clear as I could, these are the exact same time frames, the exact same geographical area, but I just showed the records separately to see that you could see that both the blue and the red devices are using that tower.
Okay, and this slide is not animated because we're looking, they're not moving, right? The records are all in one location.
Yes, they're either at or very near that area this entire time frame.
Okay, next slide, please. Detective, you're familiar with the 1001 Delafield location of Willow Park Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what are those numbers associated with on the photos?
So the left picture is a top-down view of 1001 Delafield. I added the 7 and the 4 to this picture. The cameras were labeled internally as channel 1, 2, 3, etc. So that number 7 is on the north door. That was where channel 7 was. And then the 4 is near where door 4, or channel 4, is. Same with the picture on the right. This would be looking from north to south. So we're on the north end of the building, looking at the building. The numbers slip down a little bit, but right above door, or the number 7, you can see that north entry door. And then, can I draw on here?
Sure.
Door 4 is actually down in here.
Can we please preserve that for the record, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Okay, if we can clear the screen, please, and we'll go to the next slide. Now, Detective, we've watched these videos a number of times, but tell me what's the importance of this particular slide and the timing of this slide?
Excuse me. So this is the last video that I'm aware of that Ms. Pavlons is seen leaving this apartment complex.
Okay. And this is at what time?
It's on August 23rd, 2022 at 08:39:20. She's going to walk out within that video clip within a couple seconds there.
Okay. And detectives took note of her possessions, and that became a significant point in the investigation, right?
Correct.
Okay. We can please play this slide. Okay, and the next slide, please. What time is this? This is the camera 4 now?
This would be channel 4, yes.
And what time is this at?
It's on August 23rd, 2022 at approximately 8:40:22 a.m.
Okay, can we push play, please? Next slide. Okay, detective, what are we looking at on this slide, which is slide 19?
So this again is out of Cellhawk. It's going to be a little more information now, but what this is going to be is an animation between 8:35 a.m. and 8:48 a.m. I note on the top of the slide a speed. So that is 1 second here in the animation is 15 seconds of real time. So it's not going to play at real time. It's going to be a little sped up. And then the records are set to fade at 30 seconds. So once a record appears, once 30 seconds of real time passes, that record will disappear from the screen. If you're showing a lot of records, sometimes it gets real messy. So having that fade to have them fall off after a time makes it a little more clear to see. Do you want to know what we're going to see in this in terms of animation?
Yes, please.
So at about 8:40, you're going to see records start to pop up. And then it's going to go to 8:48 where the devices are clearly moving north away from this area. So there's a blue pin on there. That is 1001 Delafield Street.
And that's just a little bit north of the coop?
That's correct. Yep. So it's.
Can you circle that on your screen so the jury can see that? Okay.
I'm sorry, it's green.
That's fine.
That.
And can you also circle the quick trip pin that you have so we can have a frame of reference?
Detective, do you know how to change color?
I don't. I'm sorry.
I know how to change the color.
All right. So touch that right. There you go. And you can erase the others first if you want. There's the eraser thing at the bottom.
It looks like they went away. So.
Now can you circle them? Okay, that's much better.
So the first or the lower circle is 1001 Delafield Street. The upper circle is Quick Trip at 2001 Golf Road.
The same color again.
On City of Waukesha.
Can we please preserve that?
Should have had one green.
So you said the records will begin to animate once we push play?
Yes, and then just for reference here, not the Google icons are like where Sobelman's of Waukesha is, not that icon or the Coop icon, but you'll see a bunch of different orange dots across the map. Those are various towers on T-Mobile's network from the cell tower list that we have.
Okay. You created a number of animations for this case for a number of different days, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you include the towers in all of those animations?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Why do you do that?
So it's always important. It is best practice to show all the towers available. With time in advance records, which is what we're going to see here, it's given a distance measurement, and it doesn't always have to be the strongest tower. Any tower can register a time in advance measurement on a device. If we were doing analysis on just going back to the basic call detail record where all I have is a tower and a sector, your calls and your texts are generally going to use the closest tower. Not always, but generally they're going to be the closest tower. So if I didn't have that distance measurement, and all I had was a tower and sector, it's important to know where the other towers are around it, because I can start getting a little more detail than where the device may be. If I just had one of those pie shapes in the middle of my screen here, I would just say the device could be anywhere in this area. But if I know where the other towers are, I can hone in a little bit better to give you a better idea of where the device may be.
Okay. If we could clear the screen, please, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're going to see the devices begin to move around what time?
It's about 8:44. You'll start to see them moving north. It's a little zoomed out, so I'll try to have you pause when I see them moving north.
Okay. And this is, what are we going to see actually on the screen moving?
You'll see red and blue pies and arcs that are going to start to pop up, and those will begin moving north away from that. They'll begin at 1000 in the area of 1001 Delafield Street, they'll eventually begin moving north along Delafield Street.
Okay, we can push play on this slide, please. Okay, detective, it seems like there at the end we saw a lot of activity. What were we seeing in the beginning, and what are we looking at now that we've completed that animation?
Yes, and I don't know what second mark it was in the video, but at about 8:46 a.m. is when I see the device begin, or devices begin moving north. So we're going to step back a little bit as we go forward in the slides, but you see the different colors popping up near 1001 Delafield. If we zoomed way in on this map, you'd see more detail. But they're in the area of 1001 Delafield. They then begin moving north along Delafield Street, west on Northview, and then ultimately northbound on Grandview, which is the very large arc that's coming down, up and down on the screen there. It's right along that line in the middle where you see the Culver's icon.
Okay, so it's important to not just look at the pie shapes, but also the long arcs that are coming across?
The arcs are very important, yes.
Okay, tell me about why the arc is more important, or maybe just very important.
So to answer your question, the pie shape, remember, is just to make it easier on our eyes. It's just showing us which direction that sector is facing. Those large arcs that are coming out where you see the individual lines, again, if we're looking for somebody that has a device, we're going to be looking along that line. The device is generally going to be in the area of that large arc. In a perfect world, and I can kind of see it on this one, but can I mark up again, please? So this record here, and this record here, we see these arcs like this, and we see this arc like this. Those are within about, it looks like one's at 47 seconds, one's at 30, so about 9 seconds apart. So if I were to be desperately trying to find whoever has these devices, I would send people to where these arcs intersect. And that's likely going to be where the device, it's going to be in that general area. We now have 2 different towers registering that device in a very close time proximity. Where those arcs cross is where I would send my team to look.
Okay, can we please preserve this for the record? And then clear the screen, please. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, what happens at 8:41 a.m.?
At 8:41 a.m., there are 2 text messages sent from Matthew Pahl's device to Stephanie Pavlon's device. So this is a snippet out of one of our tools. But the first text is on August 23rd, 2022 at 8:41:07 a.m. It's to Ms. Pavlon's phone number, and it says IC, and then there's like eyeball emojis. Approximately 1 second later, at 8:41:08 a.m., there's another message with a capital U that is sent.
Okay, and the next slide, please. You were aware that detectives obtained some dash cam video that was a dash cam that was mounted on Mr. Matthew Pahl's vehicle, and ultimately one video from August 23rd was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
What time is this dash cam being captured at?
What time does it say here, or what time do I know this dash cam's from?
Both.
So the time frame displayed on the video is August 23rd, 2022 at 21:44:27. That timestamp is 13 hours ahead of where it should be. So the actual time would be August 23rd, 2022 at 8:44:27 a.m.
Okay, so at 8:41 there's a text message, I see you, and then at 8:44 we have this dash camera video. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, can we play this video, please? Okay, and the next slide. Where was that dash cam captured? Where was Mr. Pahl when he picks up Ms. Pavlon's?
So that dash cam depicts the vehicle turning into Moreland Medical, which is just north of 1001 Delafield. So on this map here where it says V&N Productions, that building there is 1001 Delafield. So I use Google Maps to mark the distance from the north drive into 1001 Delafield up to the driveway of Moreland Medical. It's about 420 feet north of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now it looks like we're going to see an animation from 8:45 a.m. going forward. What are we looking for in this particular animation?
So this overlaps partially with the first animation we saw. Again, it's very zoomed out, but in this animation, you'll see the devices leave the area of 1001 Delafield Street and travel to the area of Quick Trip, which is at 2001 Gulf Road in the city of Waukesha.
Okay, and you previously circled that pin, so I'm not going to ask you to do that again. Anything else we need to know about this or know what we're looking for before we play this slide?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, we can go ahead and push play.
The only person who really sees this and says, yeah, that makes sense, is the witness. The jurors are like, explain it to me.
Okay, it looks like the animation has stopped. Where are those arcs for both devices crossing over here?
So a couple points here. The arcs are very near that Quick Trip pin, but you can see there's one full circle there. So if CellHawk is unable to identify which sector was used, it still has a valid distance measurement, but because it can't determine the sector, it places that full circle on there. So it's still accurate distance-wise, but it doesn't know which sector from that. Yes, I'm sorry. So if CellHawk cannot determine which sector is used, it'll map the full circle. So we still know that the distance from the tower is good. It does it as to be safe, it maps the full circle saying we don't know which sector was used, but it's somewhere along this full circle.
Okay, and is that true for both Ms. Pavlon's device and Mr. Pahl's device that it's mapping a full circle?
I think I only see it could be purple. It looks red at this point, but you may see it on both devices in the animations.
Okay. And then if we could go to the next slide, please, slide 24. We're not going to watch this. The jury's already seen this, but you agree that as part of your investigation in obtaining these records and reviewing them, you also want to corroborate any information from cell phone records by other available evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And by reviewing the Quick Trip video, were you able to corroborate whether or not those records that you obtained in the mapping that we just saw was accurate?
Yes, ma'am, and I think that goes to show how accurate the records can be, because I actually used the records to send my partner out to Quick Trip to obtain this video.
So we didn't even know that Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's had been to the Quick Trip until you reviewed the cell phone records and saw Ms. Pavlon's device near that location?
That's correct.
Okay. So you would agree that in this slide, Mr. Pahl's truck enters the Quick Trip parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide, please. If we can play this one.
This should be a still shot.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. Let's go back. Tell me what we're looking at here.
So here you're seeing a still shot. I applied a filter to the records to only show records on August 23rd, 2022, between approximately 8:52 a.m. and 9:13 a.m. All of the arcs that you're seeing, with the exception of one, are very near the Quick Trip. That arc coming off the very top record there, so it's a red pie shape facing southwest and a large arc. That's actually a record at 9:13 a.m. and it's further west of Quick Trip. So at this point, they knew that by 9:13 a.m. the devices had left Quick Trip.
Okay. And the next slide. What are we looking at here?
Same thing. This is just zoomed in, showing Quick Trip and where those arcs are crossing closer up.
Okay. So unlike the last slide where you were maybe there was particular times associated, you did a whole time frame in these last two slides of seeing all the records within that time frame, right?
Yes, I just did it zoomed out so you could see what towers that information was coming from.
And this shows you that those two devices are at or near the Quick Trip on Gulf Road.
Yes, ma'am.
The next slide, please. Again, you reviewed the Quick Trip video to corroborate that Ms. Pavlon's actually entered and kind of corroborate the time frame at which those records on CellHawk showed the two devices being at Quick Trip.
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. Okay, and you reviewed all of the Quick Trip video from this particular time frame, and what did you observe while you reviewed that video when they're inside the truck?
So I believe this video, Ms. Pavlon's comes back to the truck and gets in. There's then a gap in video on this PowerPoint. I did review the video between that gap, and I didn't note anything unusual.
Okay, and the next slide? I'm going to ask to play this slide, please. This starts at 9:08:38 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we pause it here? So I've paused it at 9:10 a.m. Detective, when a vehicle starts to move, how long is it going to take before you're going to start to see a change in the records from a location?
It depends how many records are being generated. In theory, it would be immediately, but it all depends on how many records are being generated at a given time. So it may take some time just to see that gap in the distance of the arcs moving.
Okay, and we're going to start the video again at 9:10. Okay, Detective, based on this video, were you able to determine what time the vehicle left the Quick Trip and entered Gulf Road?
Yes, it appears it turned west on the Gulf Road at approximately 9:11:20.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now we're looking from 9:12 to 9:20. Where are the devices? Where's the approximate location of the devices during this time frame?
So at this time, or between that time frame, you will see the device is generally moving west from the Quick Trip pin towards the OAW pin. Based on my analysis, the devices will be in the area of OAW, or Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, between approximately 9:15 and 9:18 a.m.
Okay, so we'll start. Okay, Detective, fair to say that everything we've seen so far indicates that both devices from Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's travel north to the area of Quick Trip and then west to the area of OAW.
Yes, ma'am.
Those devices, their records indicate that they are traveling the same approximate path.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Then we know from OAW records that Mr. Pahl had an appointment on August 23rd, and according to these records, he checked in at 9:34 a.m. You see that the bottom left, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This was a picture recovered on Matthew Pahl's device. What you're seeing on the right is what's called metadata. That holds information about what type of camera, make, and model captured this photo, and date and time that the picture was captured. So that camera model matches that of Matthew Pahl's cell phone, and it was captured at 8/23/2022 at approximately 9:34:07 a.m. And I've never been inside, but it does appear to be consistent with Orthopedic Associates type environment.
Okay. Do you recall, you said this was sent through Skype, so that's not, he's sending it through a Skype application on his cell phone?
Yes, this message was sent through a Skype message,
okay.
Yes.
Next slide, please. This indicates that Mr. Pahl checked in or was first seen at 9:38 a.m. and his time out of the appointment was at 10:33 a.m. You agree with that?
That does appear accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is another animation. It covers a pretty wide time frame. The time frame is on August 23rd, 2022, from approximately 09:20 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. Primarily, all the records are going to be at or very near OAW. And at approximately 10:54, you will see at least one record that, based on my analysis, shows the devices are beginning to move east.
Okay, so we'll push play here.
I'm sorry, Sue, but isn't there a better way to portray this information? I mean, this format was developed by the same guy who thought PowerPoints were a good thing for team meetings. It's just terrible. Crayons would be better. I mean, the whole just snapshot of Google Earth map. I just overlaying everything on top of itself and then fading after a little bit of time with the timeline and the completely... Yeah, it's just a mess. It's a mess. I don't like it. Laura, you're doing great. I'm not.
What did we say there, Detective?
Again, the devices, or the majority of the records in this animation, are at or very near, appears to be the same area of OAW. And then right at the very end there, approximately 10:54 a.m., you start to see those records or arcs moving east.
Okay, so based on the record from OAW in the slide before that, with his appointment ending at 10:33 a.m., the time period between 10:33 a.m. and 10:54 a.m., Mr. Pahl's device and Ms. Pavlov's device both remain in the area of OAW?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
Time frame is August 23rd, 2022, between approximately 10:52 a.m. and 11:04 a.m. In this animation, you'll see both devices take a general route of east on either I-94 or one of the side streets there to Grandview Boulevard. They'll go south on Grandview, east on Northview, south on Delafield, back to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. And this animation overlaps a little bit with the last animation we saw?
Correct.
Okay, so will we see those when that moment when those devices begin to move away from OAW on this animation as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. If we can push play.
Okay, I can see that they're both moving together. That makes sense. Maybe it would help if I understood the area, the map a little better.
Okay, next slide, please. The last slide we saw went up to 11:03 a.m. What are we watching here?
This is video from the north door at 1001 Delafield. You can kind of see outside there to the parking lot. You'll see a truck pass within this video that resembles Matthew Pahl's truck.
Okay, we can push play, please. Okay, so at 11:03, Mr. Pahl's truck enters the parking lot. Was that consistent with what you saw on the cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that again corroborate the validity of the records that you had obtained and reviewed and mapped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next video, please. This is now at 11:14 a.m. Detective, we saw his truck pull in at 11:03 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so he's not seen on video until about 11:14 a.m., is that correct?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
All right, if we can push play here.
Doesn't leave the door ajar this time.
Detective, to your knowledge, are there any outdoor cameras at Willow Park Apartments that would capture anything that's occurring in the parking lot?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you actually assisted in obtaining the video with Department of Criminal Investigations to bring back to your department and assist detectives in reviewing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this the only camera view that really shows any portion of the parking lot?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide then, please. What are we looking at here, Detective?
This will be a very long time lapse, but it covers from August 23rd, 2022, from approximately 11 a.m. to 23:59 hours, or essentially midnight on August 23rd. During the animation, the devices appear to stay at or very near 1001 Delafield.
Okay. So up to this point now, you've essentially mapped the entire day of August 23rd, starting with that first animation that shows, their records remaining in the same place now through this animation going through midnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you want to see all of the records on that particular day?
At that time, that was the date that was given to me of interest, and to my knowledge, that was the last time we ever saw Ms. Pavlons on camera.
Okay, so we're going to play this animation, please. Okay, Detective, there were a lot of records there, but did you see the devices at any point move away from that location?
If they did, it's in very close proximity to that area.
Okay. Next slide, please. What time is this video from Willow Park taken at?
This is August 23rd, 2022 at 12:19:14 p.m.
Okay. Play, please. Okay, next slide, please. So we see him walk outside at 12:20 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. Play. Okay, and we see Mr. Pahl walking out towards the parking lot at 12:20 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide. What time does this video start?
August 23rd, 2022 at 12:29:50 p.m.
Play, please. Okay, Detective, you told us earlier that between essentially this time, 12:30, all the way to midnight, Ms. Pavlon's device stays very close proximity to this apartment, right?
That's correct.
Does anyone use her device on that date?
Yes, someone does.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? What happens with Ms. Pavlon's phone on August 23rd?
So on August 23rd, there's 2 outgoing calls after that device returns. They're both to Quest or the food share or food card. So the phone number is listed there. It's 1-877-415 EDU/food card is how the contact was listed in her phone. And those 2 outgoing calls occur at, the first one is at 3:53:22 p.m. That one lasts for approximately 1 minute and 16 seconds. The second outgoing call is at 3:55:15 p.m. and that call lasts approximately 45 seconds.
Okay. And that call comes from Ms. Pavlon's device at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it comes from, based on the records, in very close proximity to the apartment at 1001 Delafield Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Pahl's device is also located at or near that same location during this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. Actually, can we go back? Detective, were these calls present on Ms. Pavlon's phone when you reviewed her phone?
In the extraction, yes, they were.
Okay. And that means that they were present and had not been deleted from her phone?
That's not true.
Okay. Tell me about that.
So these 2 calls specifically were deleted from her phone. Because of the extraction we got, we recovered database files. We're able to see that these calls were still recovered. So they were actually deleted. The user of the phone would not see these. Through our forensic examination, we're able to see these 2 calls.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, we've moved on now to August 24th. What happens on Ms. Pavlon's phone on August 24th?
At approximately 2:52 p.m., there's an outgoing call to Pick and Save. That call lasts approximately 5 minutes and 52 seconds. This call was also deleted from her device.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that on August 23rd, you mapped all of the records for Ms. Pavlon's phone, which indicate at the end of the day, her phone remains at the residence, right?
At or very near, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Were you asked to then review the records to determine if there were any other dates that Ms. Pavlon's phone or device left the area of 1001 Delafield?
Yes, I was asked to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you create a mapping of any of those dates and times that her device left the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
If we do not have a mapping in this PowerPoint, what does that indicate the device location was?
That for the records we do have, it would be near 1001 Delafield. Unless there's missing records or something, it would be at the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. So only on a few select dates does Ms. Pavlon's device leave the residence?
That's correct.
So on August 24th, 2022, that outgoing call from Ms. Pavlon's device would have come from at or near the 1001 Delafield apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens in the Skype records on August 24th between 8:03 p.m. and 8:08 p.m.?
On August 24th, between 8:03 and 8:08 p.m., there's conversation between Matthew Pahl's Skype account and Norma Jean Desierto Skype account. At 8:03, Pahl sends a message that reads, "I'm really worried about something, but I can't tell you through text. It's not about me, though." And I think there's a typo there. I believe these messages are at 8:07 p.m. and 8:08 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I believe, I could be mistaken here, but so at what I believe is 8:07 p.m., Pahl sends "can't text certain things," and at 8:08 p.m., I believe, Desierto responds, "Okay, I understand, but does it concern you, hon?"
Okay. Next slide, please. Also on August 24th, what are we looking at on this slide?
Yes, this gets a little confusing. The screenshot on your right, it's not actually a screenshot. It's what's called a snapshot. So similar to how you would take a screenshot on your device, sometimes when you close an application, your device automatically takes a snapshot of that closed application. So what we're seeing here is a snapshot taken on Stephanie Pavlon's device on September 2nd. The reason I included this on August 24th is that I determined that text message that indicates she missed an appointment scheduled on August 24th. I believe is the first point that we realized or got another source of information that she was missing from things that she should be at. So that occurred. So the screenshot occurs on September 2nd. I'm including it here, just given that's the first appointment she missed, was on August 24th. And then there's other messages in that screenshot that were deleted from her device.
Okay. And how do you know when they were deleted?
So we can't always tell exactly when something's deleted from a cell phone, but I know the snapshot was captured from the device on September 2nd. So these messages had to have been deleted at some point after, or on or after September 2nd, 2022.
Because on September 2nd, they still existed on her phone.
Correct.
And when you reviewed her phone weeks later, they did not exist on her phone.
Correct.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now we're on to August 25th. Tell us what happens on August 25th.
At 8:15 a.m., Paul's Skype account messages Desierto's Skype account, and it reads, but I have to go to store today for things I need, and I'm really worried about somebody in my circle. At 11:19 a.m., there's an outgoing call from Stephanie Pavlon's device to the Pick and Save pharmacy. That call was approximately 3 minutes and 20 seconds. This call was deleted from her device.
Okay, next page. Oh, actually, I want to ask you one more question if that. Given that we don't have any mapping data thus far for Ms. Pavlon's device at 11:19, would that indicate to you that the device was at or near the 1001 Delafield Street location when the call was made?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we can go on to the next slide. Are you familiar with this receipt that was obtained in the investigation for prescription records of Ms. Pavlon's?
That's how they were identified to me, yes.
Okay. And what was significant about this particular date and time? What happens?
That they were sold at 16:17, that's Eastern time. So this prescription was sold on 8/25/2022 at 3:17 p.m. our time, or local time. And it says that the person that picked it up was Matthew Pahl.
Okay. Then later in the evening, tell us about the conversation between Desierto and Mr. Pahl.
At approximately 6:50 p.m., Paul sends Desierto a Skype message reading, I don't know, but I'm getting even more worried. At 7:25 p.m., Paul sends a message hoping something bad didn't happen. And at 7:28 p.m., Desierto sends, please stay calm and don't be worried much. And then those little brackets are from emojis.
Okay. Next slide, please. We've moved on to August 26th. What are we looking at here?
An email exchange between Matthew Pahl's, I'll say Phoenix Gmail account and Sherilyn Valente's email account. It begins at the bottom and works up. So the first message is from Sherilyn Valente, and it reads, I love you so much, hun. Emoji, please don't give up on us. And then there's more emojis. There are some typos or grammatical errors in the message.
Okay. And when's the next message sent?
So that next message reads August 26, 2022 at 20:29 hours. That would be 8:29 p.m. Based on my review of information, I'm not sure what happened with that timestamp, but I believe that's actually at 7:29 a.m. That is from the Phoenix account, which wrote, I can't say much now, but I think something bad happened here. Don't ask me through text. I'm not going to get into texting battles with you. When you're ready to be honest, I'll consider things. Right now, I need to focus and stay positive. Unfortunately, people around me have been drawing me into negativity.
Okay, and the final message in this exchange?
The final message is written by Sherilyn Valente's email account. It's at 9:31:30 a.m. and it reads, I won't ask. I'll wait for you when you're ready to tell. Hun, I care about you, and you're important to me. Emojis. I won't do things that will hurt you. I love you, hun, so much. I'm sorry for adding you troubles. Please come back to me, hun. I love you.
Okay, and the next page, also on August 26th, what happens?
At 6:04 a.m., so kind of in the middle of that email exchange we just had, Paul sends Desierto a Skype message that reads, I woke up with a bad feeling.
Okay, I want to stop you there. Just to be clear, the email that was occurring was with Sherlyn Valente, right? That we just read. And now he's also in that same time frame sending Skype messages to Ms. Desierto?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So that's at 6:04 a.m. At 7:30 a.m., Matthew Pahl's phone is conducting internet searches or visiting websites, specifically gmtoday.com, the Waukesha obituaries webpage, and conducts a search on GM Today for Stephanie Pavlons.
So does that mean that he first goes to the Waukesha County obituaries page and then within that page is searching for that name?
It doesn't appear that the search is made through the obituaries page, just that it's made through GM Today's website.
Okay, so he just goes to the GM Today website and is searching for her name?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, does law enforcement know that Stephanie is deceased?
At this point, no.
Okay. Has anyone made any report of Stephanie missing, endangered, or in any way harmed?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Go on. Oh, sorry. Back to we weren't done with that slide.
Then approximately 7:34 to 8:11 a.m., there's several instances of a police scanner app being activated on Matthew Pahl's phone. Specifically between 7:34 and 7:44 a.m. Very quickly back open at 7:44 a.m. to 7:46 a.m. and then again at 8:06 a.m. and it remains open until 8:11 a.m. approximately.
Okay, next slide, please. What do we see here on August 26th?
Continuing on August 26th at 10:49 a.m., Ms. Pavlon's cell phone receives. I'm missing one of my records here. So the top line here you're seeing is an outgoing call. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. 26. All right, so the top record that we're seeing there is an outgoing call from Ms. Pavlon's phone. It's not her phone making that call. So there's an incoming call. That call is routed to voicemail. So what we're seeing is the calling number, which is 262-784, is calling out to a number ending in 9999. That is T-Mobile's voicemail. So what's likely to have occurred here is that the phone was off. Therefore, we only have an outgoing call from her phone, where that incoming call is being routed out to voicemail. That's why you're not seeing her phone number in this record. At 1:28 p.m. then, there's an outgoing call from Ms. Pavlon's phone where somebody is calling out to check the voicemail on that device.
Okay, and both the incoming call and the outgoing call would have occurred while the device is at or near 1001 Delafield?
On this date, yes.
Okay. And you note for the top record that this is only in her CDR. What does that mean?
So this wasn't recovered from her cell phone. Again, because the device is likely off, just the outgoing call routed to voicemail. I do not see, I did not recover the incoming call on her device for this call. So even though her device is off in the physical device, I don't see that call. I'm able to see that this call did occur based on records from her provider, T-Mobile.
Okay, then what about later that evening?
At approximately 4:32 p.m., so approximately, we'll say 5:28 p.m. to 5:29 p.m., there's 3 incoming calls. The reason I'm changing that is the top call that we're seeing there. This is from Facebook records. The top call there occurs on August 25th. The next 3 calls are back to back to back on August 26th. That's UTC time. So locally here, those 3 calls occur between 5:28 p.m. and 5:29:47 p.m. And those are missed calls from Layla on Facebook.
Okay, and you said that first call actually occurred on August 25th, right?
That's correct.
What time did that occur on August 25th?
Looks like August 25th, 2022 at 4:32 p.m. locally here.
Okay, and all 4 of those calls were missed through Facebook?
According to the Facebook records, yes.
Okay, and only 3 of those actually occurred on August 26th?
Correct.
All right. So if the last call happens at 5:29 p.m., let's go to the next slide, please. What happens at 5:30 p.m.?
At 5:30 p.m., there's an incoming call on Stephanie Pavlon's phone. It's from Layla. That call is getting routed out to voicemail. So here's kind of what I was talking about earlier, but you have an incoming call from a number ending in 6552. It's calling Ms. Pavlon's number ending in 7991. And then you're seeing that call being routed out to voicemail, which is 6552, calling the 9999 number.
Okay. So we have 3 missed Facebook calls and then 1 call to her actual phone number, all from Layla.
Yes, that's correct.
And Layla, you know to be her daughter that she shares in common with Mr. Matthew Pahl?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. What happens next?
Approximately 17 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's phone where somebody is checking the voicemail.
Okay. And again, these calls are occurring at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Next slide, please. And we need to have the audio, make sure we have the audio turned on. And okay. So what do you see in Ms. Pavlon's phone then on August 26th at 5:30 p.m.?
So it wasn't that clear in the data, but I was able to determine that we recovered a voicemail linked to that call, that incoming call from Layla that was routed to voicemail. We recovered that voicemail from her cell phone, from Ms. Pavlon's cell phone.
Okay. Can we play that voicemail, please?
Well, I figured I'd tell you I'm in the hospital and I broke my leg. So, I guess you never answer your phone. So, I hope you call me back. So, yeah. I'm in a lot of pain. So, bye.
Okay, so that is the voicemail that Layla left at 5:30 p.m., right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Pahl checked, or sorry, someone from Ms. Pavlon's device checked the voicemail at 5:47 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what does Mr. Pahl say at approximately 5:59 p.m.?
At 5:59 p.m., this is Skype conversation. Matthew Pahl's account messages Desierto's account on Skype. And in part it reads, "My niece called, left message. She's in hospital and broke her leg. My God, what next?"
Based on that message, would it appear that Mr. Pahl had listened to or heard the voicemail?
Yes, just because in my analysis of the records, which is right below that, I don't see any contact between Layla's phone number and Mr. Pahl's phone number.
Okay, so you went back and checked to see if Mr. Pahl had had any contact with Layla before forming that conclusion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they had not spoken between, why is June 1st your starting date there?
That's about, I think, May 31st is the earliest record we have. So that was from the beginning of the records we have to this date. I did not see any contacts between Layla's phone number and Mr. Pahl's phone number.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
Continuing on August 26th, there's Skype messaging between Matthew Pahl's account and Desierto's Skype account. At 6:05, Pahl says, in part, "Remember, I told you I have a bad feeling." At 7:38 p.m., Desierto asks, "You're okay, hun?" And at 7:39 p.m., that should not be Desierto, that should be Matthew Pahl, says, "Not really," with an emoji.
Okay. Then what happens later that evening?
At approximately 8:33 p.m., there's an outgoing call from Matthew Pahl's cell phone to a phone number of 262-677-0. Phone call lasts approximately 7 minutes and 50 seconds, and that phone number was identified to me as Marvin Pahl's phone number, Matthew's father.
Okay. Based on that, did I ask you, and did law enforcement, Detective Plennis and Detective Fredericks, ask you to do an analysis of when Mr. Marvin Pahl made any phone contact with Mr. Matthew Pahl?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to the next slide, please. Is this
Great.
I have this slide and one more slide, Judge, for August 26th.
Okay.
And then I was prepared to stop.
I'm glad you were prepared.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What are we looking at here, Detective?
So this is portions of the call detail records from Matthew Pahl's phone number. And I built this based on incoming or outgoing calls between Matthew Pahl's phone number and Marvin Pahl's phone number ending in 0469. And what I noted is there's just over a 2-month gap. So there's a call on June 21st, 2022, and then there's just over 2 months. The next call is that call that we just talked about on August 26th, 2022. I did not observe any contact between their phone numbers between June 21st and August 26th, 2022.
Okay, and the following records between August 26th and 9/17, those are all later listed in our timeline analysis?
Correct.
All right, our last and final slide, Detective. This is the last slide from August 26th. Tell us what else you observed about activity on August 26th.
So shortly after the phone call that we just talked about, there's some police scanner app usage. Specifically, the application is brought into focus, which would mean it's the main application on the screen the user's seen. It's brought into focus at 8:47 p.m. approximately, and it's closed at approximately 8:52 p.m. It's again reopened and brought to focus at 8:55 p.m., and it's closed at approximately 9:09 p.m.
Okay, and what else happens that evening?
At approximately 9:23 p.m., Matthew Pahl's Skype account messages Desierto's Skype account, and it reads, "I really don't know. My mind is going in circles, but I did call my dad. He's kind of worried too."
Okay, thank you, Judge. That completes August 26th.
Okay, and we're at page 56 on this. All right, let's finish up for the day, folks, okay? I'm going to excuse the jurors now. Anything before I excuse you from the state?
No, Judge.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, folks, same admonition. You got a long weekend ahead of you. Don't look up anything. Don't try to Google anything about what's happening here. Don't look at any media accounts and so on. Be safe, trick-or-treating, if you're going to do that. And I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Let's do the same thing back and ready to go at 8:30 Monday morning, okay? And I did talk to the lawyers, and I think I told you the state thinks it's going to finish up their case on Monday. We'll see what happens after that, all right? Follow Mike's directions, please, and thank you very much for your time this week, everyone. Oh, I'm sorry, one other thing. Those candies, take them. It's like trick-or-treat. Those are not from the county. Those are from Mackenzie and Deidre, okay? And the donuts were from me today. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Court staff brought trick-or-treat candy. The judge brings donuts. We're going to hop, skip, and jump ahead because we can, and we want to get caught up on today's happenings. See, that finishes day 5. Now we go to day 6. Oops.
The other reason why it may be prescribed.
Hang on. We need to go back to where we start. We are listening to Virginia, University of Virginia. There's reports of an active shooter up on campus. Not getting a lot of information. It's still pretty hectic up there. Don't know of any word of any injuries yet, but I've got the scanner going, so I'll let you know and update you as I hear something. So let's see. I think that's it. We're just going to start court. Guess who got a haircut over the weekend? The defendant. Just know University of Virginia, they're clearing buildings and
State versus Matthew
people.
Pahl, 23 CF.
Haven't heard of any injuries yet.
1438. Let's have appearances, please.
Christy Gordon, Sue Opper, Detective Fredericks, and Christy Gussie for the state.
Attorney Gallup is here with Attorney Wolf, and our client, Mr. Paul, sitting here to my right in custody. Good morning, Judge.
All right, good morning, everybody. The matter is here today for trial. We're continuing, I think we're day 7. The state is having direct examination with Detective Shrader, who I presume will be returned. And anything else before we start this morning, Ms. Gordon?
No, Judge, I think we are all set to go.
All right.
Can we just maybe test the equipment before we bring the jury out since we'll be
Sure. And tell me, are you going to finish today?
Yes.
Okay. How many more witnesses after Detective Shrader?
We think just Detective Shrader,
Okay. All right.
unless something changes during the course of his
All
testimony.
right. You had anticipated another witness, but that witness is not going to testify. No. All right. Mr. Galabis, what's up? Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. And you're prepared with your witnesses today, sir?
Well, we have witnesses. I just got to tell them to get here sooner than I thought.
Okay. All right. Very good. You need to test your equipment, ma'am?
Yes, please.
All right. And go ahead.
Another hour? 2 hours?
Yeah, we're about 1/3 of the way through.
1/3?
So 2 hours.
27 slides.
Okay.
I can tell that's going to be here by.
Okay. Before we bring the jurors, anything else from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. Detective Shrader, you can come on up, and then when the jurors come in, we'll swear you in, sir.
Whispering is hard. All right, we are on today. This is from this morning. You're correct. We're getting caught up. That's why we're on 1.25 speed. We've had this whole trial on high speed. I thought the end was live. I thought it was live. It's not buzzing. You guys hearing that? I'll have to tune that out.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. All 14 jurors are returned. Thank you very much for coming back, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you had a good weekend. I can report that I did not hide in the basement. I did hand out candy, but only 6 kids came to my house. That's all. I live in kind of a more rural area, so that's what happened. So let's swear in our witness.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
6 trick-or-treaters.
Please, and you are still Detective David Shrader, correct? Yes, sir. All right, go ahead.
All right, Detective, when we left off on Friday afternoon, we had made it in our timeline to August 27th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give me just a really brief kind of summary of what was important between August 23rd and August 26th before we get started back on August 27th?
Sure. Beginning August 23rd, I guess I'll start when both devices appear to leave 1001 Delafield Street the morning of August 23rd. They travel the general route to the Quick Trip at 2001 Gulf Road, and then ultimately over to Orthopedic Associates on Gulf Road. Approximately 10:53 to 10:55 a.m., it appears the devices are moving back east, and both devices appear to return to 1001 Delafield. To my knowledge, Mr. Pahl enters the apartment building, and we do not see Ms. Pavlon's return. However, her device appeared to come back to 1001 Delafield or in that area. Later that afternoon, there's 2 outgoing calls made from Ms. Pavlon's cell phone. Both of those calls are to food card request. Moving on to August 24th, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device to the Pick and Save pharmacy. Mr. Pahl, on August 24th, messages Desierto, indicating that he's worried about something. Moving on to August 25th, Mr. Pahl picks up a prescription at the Pick and Save pharmacy that belonged to Ms. Pavlon's, and he again messages...
Judge, I'm going to object to this narrative.
Overruled. You may respond. Go ahead.
And he messages Desierto again, indicating that he's worried. Moving on to August 26th, in the early morning hours, there's an email exchange between Mr. Pahl and Sherilyn Valente. In that email exchange, Mr. Pahl indicates that he can't talk much, something bad happened, and that she should not ask him through text about that. About that same time, there's a message sent from Mr. Pahl to Desierto on Skype, indicating that he woke up with a bad feeling. Evening hours of August 26th, there's, I believe, 3 missed Facebook calls to Ms. Pavlon's Facebook account from Layla. None of those are answered. Immediately following that, there's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's cell phone from Layla, and she leaves a voicemail. Generally speaking, she indicates she's in the hospital with a broken leg. About 15 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device to check voicemail. And then Mr. Pahl sends a message to Desierto indicating that his niece had a broken leg. To my knowledge, I did not see any contact between Mr. Pahl's device and Layla. Later that night, there's an outgoing call from Matthew Pahl to Marvin Pahl. That outgoing call lasts several minutes. That's the first contact that I saw between their devices in over 2 months. After that call, there's a message to Desierto on Skype that he says, Matthew Pahl says that he had spoke to his father, that he's kind of worried as well.
Okay, thank you for that summary. Up to the point of August 26th, did you see any calls either from Mr. Pahl's phone or Ms. Pavlon's phone calling 911 or making any report to either the City of Waukesha Police or the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
No.
Okay. We can return again to Exhibit 202, please. I'm going to start on slide 57. That's in front of you now, Detective. What happens on August 27th?
The morning of August 27th, there's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device from Marvin Pahl. That call lasts approximately 1 hour and 23 minutes. During that call, there's some web searches that we recovered on Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. Those web searches are all made through the Yahoo search engine, and they include Stephanie Pavlon's missing persons, Waukesha, Wisconsin, and Stephanie Pavilion's missing woman.
As of August 27th, had Ms. Pavlon's been reported missing by anyone?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on August 28th?
There's a Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto at approximately 7:19 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, in part, "Something happened, hun. I can't explain in text." And Desierto responds, "Was it related to the matter you were worried about?"
Detective, I want to ask you, we've seen a couple messages where Mr. Pahl has indicated he can't talk about this through text. Based on your experience in reviewing hundreds of cell phones and messages from criminal defendants, is it a common theme for individuals to not want to talk about any criminal activity over text message?
I'd agree with that.
Speculate to that form of question.
Hang on. Overruled.
You already answered.
I'd agree with that statement.
Okay. What happens next?
There's some police scanner app usage on Matthew Pahl's device. It's open from approximately 7:22 a.m. to 7:27 a.m. And then later in the morning, there's a Skype call between Matthew Pahl and Desierto. It's at about 9:04 a.m., and that call lasts approximately 2 hours and 16 minutes.
Now, Detective, we had a couple mentions of Mr. Pahl using a police scanner. What types of things occur over a police scanner?
General communications between law enforcement, dispatching to calls for service, any communication on a police radio.
Okay, and so if, say, a body was found or law enforcement was responding to a crime scene, would that be aired over the radio?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. All right, next slide, please. What date are we on here?
August 28th, later in the morning, about 9:55 a.m. to 10:32 a.m. These are internet searches recovered from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. Search terms that were made through Yahoo: missing people list in Wisconsin 2021, Stephanie Pavilion's missing woman, and then there's several Facebook searches, mainly for Layla Pavlon's. Appears to be Stephanie Pavlon's with a spelling error, Stephanie Pavlon's photos, again with the spelling error, and Georgianne Pavlon's.
Do you know Georgianne and Layla Pavlon's to be relatives of Stephanie Pavlon's?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. Next slide. What happens on August 29th?
Morning of August 29th, the top two are web searches on Matthew Pahl's cell phone. There's a web visit to GM Today, the Waukesha obituaries page. Approximately 1 minute later, there's a search on GM Today for Pavlon's.
And at this point on August 29th, has anyone reported Stephanie Pavlon's missing or in trouble?
Not to my knowledge.
And at this point, does anyone, even law enforcement, know that Stephanie Pavlon's is deceased?
No.
And what happens next?
There's two instances of police scanner app usage on Matthew Pahl's phone. They occur from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 10:40 p.m. and 11:22 p.m. to 11:27 p.m.
Next slide, please. Turning to August 30th, what did you find on Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's devices?
So beginning August 30th, I started to see messages being sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Matthew Pahl's device. The first two are listed here. The top section is information that I obtained from Matthew Pahl's physical device. It shows that there's two incoming messages, both with what appear to be YouTube mobile links. And then the bottom section here is information from Ms. Pavlon's call detail record. Those RCS-IM chats are essentially your multimedia messages. So it's showing that there's outgoing multimedia messages from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device. The reason I reference Ms. Pavlon's call detail record here is I did not observe these messages in her phone anymore.
So in order for those messages to not be in her phone, what would have to happen?
Either someone would have to delete them or a setting would have to be set to only retain messages for a certain amount of time, and the phone would automatically delete them.
Okay. And I see, is that 8 messages outgoing from Ms. Pavlon's call detail records?
Yes, but that's not necessarily to say there's exactly 8 messages sent from her device. Sometimes you'll see multiple entries. Some of these are the exact same timestamps. So this would be what the network recorded, although they might not be 8 individual messages.
Okay. And in Mr. Pahl's device, you found 2 messages, including those links?
Correct.
So those messages were deleted from Ms. Pavlon's phone, but not from Mr. Pahl's phone?
Correct.
Next slide, please. What else happens on August 30th?
There's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's phone from what I believe to be Aurora Medical. What you're seeing in the top there is an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's device, and then that same call being routed out to voicemail. So the incoming call obviously wasn't answered, and that call was directed to voicemail. Approximately 32 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device to check voicemail, and that outgoing call to check voicemail was deleted from her phone.
And these calls and messages that were both sent and received in the outgoing call to the voicemail, did all of those occur at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
At this point, yes. I don't have any indication that the device left that area.
Okay. You also indicated that the voicemail, is it the voicemail itself that is deleted or the call to the voicemail that's deleted?
The call to check voicemail.
Okay. Next slide. Continuing on August 30th, what do we see here?
There's a Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto. At approximately 10:30 p.m., Desierto says, "Have you talked with your dad?" And then at approximately 10:36 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "No, not today. The day before, I did, but tomorrow I have to call him again. It's very important."
What happens next?
There's a Skype call between Matthew Pahl and Desierto. It's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device, and that call lasts approximately 45 minutes. It occurred at approximately 10:39 p.m.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on August 31st that was significant of this investigation?
There's additional web searches on Matthew Pahl's device between approximately 10:26 a.m. and 10:27 a.m. There's a web visit to GM Today, specifically the Waukesha obituaries page. Then there's a search on GM Today for Pavlons, and then an additional search, a web visit on Waukesha obituaries page on GM Today for Richard D. Pavlons.
Okay. What was unusual about these web searches that you've continued to see going forward from August 23rd all the way to now August 31st?
I'm not sure what you mean by unusual. What I did here is sometimes you'll see if somebody leaves a tab open that it's not actually an additional search, rather they just opened that tab again on their phone. So when I put these searches in the PowerPoint, I selected only ones that have different or unique spelling. So in this case, we saw that the search for Pavlons actually has a space after it. That's different than the last search for Pavlons.
So you can say that this is a new search, not just opening a new tab or opening the same tab over again?
Correct.
Okay, so this is a unique and different search from the searches you've seen before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about those incoming calls on Ms. Pavlon's device?
At approximately 2:39 p.m., there's an incoming call from who I believe to be Delafield Dental, and there's a voicemail associated with that call. Approximately 1 minute later, that same call is routed out to voicemail.
Okay, if we can play the voicemail, please.
This message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. I was just going to let you know we look forward to seeing you this coming Friday, September 2nd at 12 p.m. for your new patient appointment. Again, that is this coming Friday, September 2nd at 2 p.m. Thank you, Stephanie. Have a great day.
So, Detective, that message was left on August 31st in reference to an appointment on September 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next page, please. Okay, Detective, what are we seeing here?
So this is going to be another animation. It's on September 1st at approximately 7:13 a.m. This was the first time that I saw obvious movement on Ms. Pavlon's device moving away from the area of 1001 Delafield. The device generally is going to travel from the area, the Waukesha area, down to the area of Shrader Hospital. It does appear that both Matthew Pahl's device is traveling with Ms. Pavlon's device at this time.
Okay. So from August 23rd until September 1st, Ms. Pavlon's device remains at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
It appears to, yes.
Okay. And then on September 1st, when you observed that these devices traveled together away from the apartment, did you also endeavor to make sure that there was no surveillance video of Ms. Pavlon's exiting the apartment around the same time that these devices are leaving?
I didn't specifically do that, but to my knowledge, she's never seen again on the video 1001 Delafield.
That was done by other detectives in the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, a number of people reviewed that video.
Okay. If we can, so you said this is going to be an animation, just like we saw before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And please tell me about what exactly it is that we should be looking for on the map as far as the significant portion of the animation.
Yes, so you're going to see both blue marks pop up on the map. Those would be for Matthew Pahl's device. You're also going to see red marks pop up on the map. That would be for Ms. Pavlon's device. It's important to note, remember, that the tower is going to have that cone shape. But when we're doing analysis of these records, we're looking more so at the arc from that tower, not necessarily the tower being used.
Okay, we can push play, please. Okay, Detective, and based on your review of these records, you believe both devices have traveled together to the area of Shrader Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. Why was this significant on September 1st?
These are pictures captured on September 1st by Matthew Pahl's device. Up top, that's some data regarding application usage logs, which shows that the camera applications being brought into focus on his device. Between approximately 8:11 a.m. and 8:12 a.m., there's two pictures captured on Matthew Pahl's device. These two pictures are both from a building at Shrader Hospital.
Why did you find these to be significant in your analysis of the records themselves? Let me ask you a different question. Do these pictures help you corroborate the records and the analysis that you've made of the records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
I guess it's two-part. First off, these records, we're tracking a device. So I'm not tracking necessarily a specific person, but rather I'm talking about generalized locations for a device. So it's important that we're able to determine who's using that device. Further, these records do have some variance to accuracy. In my experience, they are very accurate, but it's still important that we corroborate our findings with other known facts, such as pictures being taken at a specific location.
Okay, and so this corroborated that Mr. Pahl's device was certainly at Shrader Hospital based on these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. What else happens on September 1st?
There's conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto on Skype, including the following message. At approximately 8:11 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Other one is called vacay.com or vacay.com. Either one, I'm looking for a one-way ticket from Chicago O'Hare to the Philippines, most likely Manila. Then 2 days before I leave, I will buy a throwaway ticket to go to Thailand or Vietnam. You have to do this if you plan on staying longer than 30 days, but I think you know this."
And important in this message, Mr. Pahl indicates that he's buying only a one-way ticket rather than a round-trip ticket.
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. What else did you see on the devices on September 1st?
On September 1st, between approximately 8:52 p.m. and 8:53 p.m., I observed more messages being sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Matthew Pahl's device. So the top section is for Matthew Pahl's device. It shows that there's incoming messages, two of them. They each have one attachment, and then the attachment is listed on the far right. The first one is named 1154.heic. The second one is named 1138.heic. And I marked that they're empty because that attachment wasn't necessarily recovered. However, at the not the exact same time, but within seconds of those messages being sent, his phone created thumbnails of images. And in the thumbnail file name, I see the matching. So the first one is THMB, which is typically short for thumbnail, _1154, which matches the file name attachment. And then the second one is THMB _1138, which matches the second attachment. The bottom section on this page, there's some really long file names, but specifically the second line down here where it says images, and then there's a description of a really long file name. That image, that's an image, it's cached by Ms. Pavlon's messaging application. That image matches the thumbnail attachment on Mr. Pahl's device. And then later on, second from the bottom, there's another image with a very long file name. That matches the second thumbnail created by Mr. Pahl's device. In the bottom section, around what we're seeing there is application usage on Ms. Pavlon's phone that shows that the messaging application and the gallery application are being used. I noted that information because the messages on Ms. Pavlon's phone were deleted, so I'm using this evidence to corroborate that that application was in use, and it's likely that a message was sent.
Okay, so you don't actually find the messages sent from Ms. Pavlon's to Mr. Pahl in Ms. Pavlon's phone?
That's correct.
Okay, so you need all of this kind of complicated information to confirm to you that those messages actually were sent?
I guess I don't need them because I see on Matthew Pahl's device that there are incoming messages, but the bottom portion I use to show that they were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device and they were deleted.
Okay, and the next slide, please. This pertains to some of the information you've already testified to, right?
Yes, these are the two images that I just talked about. And each image appears twice. The reason being is the very first image, so starting far left, is that very long file name that I talked about that is being cached or modified by Ms. Pavlon's device. And about the same time, that thumbnail is created on Mr. Pahl's device. And even though they're slightly different based on computer technology, to your eye, they appear the same. And then the same thing for the third and fourth picture. The third one is the very long file name being cached or modified by Ms. Pavlon's device. And at about the same time, that thumbnail on the far right, or the fourth picture, is what is created on Matthew Pahl's device.
Okay, so we have still just two photos that are sent from Ms. Pavlon's to Mr. Pahl's device, and this tells you how you know it's these particular photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. What else happens on September 1st?
There's additional conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto on Skype. Beginning at approximately 9:28 p.m., Desierto says, "What time do you prefer to travel and arrive, hun?" At approximately 9:36 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Time doesn't really matter, but I think I'm looking for a flight leaving possibly at the end of the month or beginning of next month." Approximately 2 minutes later, Matthew Pahl says, "Last time I checked, this month was September. End of this month to beginning of November is my target date to launch."
Detective, I failed to ask you this when we were talking about the last few messages that were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl. You showed us a mapping earlier in the day of both devices traveling to Shrader. Did you also observe that these devices return back to the residence or are later at the 1001 Delafield location?
Yes, ma'am. There were records that showed Matthew Pahl's device traveling a similar route back to 1001 Delafield. There were no records on Ms. Pavlon's device necessarily to show it traveling back to 1001 Delafield, but it does eventually show back up at 1001 Delafield.
If a device was powered off, would that explain why there are no records for a particular device?
Yes, ma'am. For the time in advance records, I guess a couple situations where those records would not be generated would be if the device is off, if the device is not connected to the network, or lack of record retention by the provider.
Okay. And in this case, you saw records for Mr. Pahl traveling back to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And they had the same provider?
They're on the same provider, yes.
Okay. So that would rule out that particular scenario for Ms. Pavlon's not having records?
Yes, most likely her device was either powered off or lost connection to the network.
Okay. And the images that were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device, those are being sent at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Now we'll move on to September 2nd. Next slide, please. What did you see on September 2nd?
This is, again, additional messages being sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Matthew Pahl's device. Same kind of theory here in terms of why there's so much information here. The top section is from Matthew Pahl's device, and we'll see that the first message at approximately 8:23 a.m. has that 382.jpg attachment. A couple seconds later, there's a thumbnail with that 382 being modified on Matthew Pahl's device. At approximately 8:24 a.m., there's a message sent to his device with an attachment of 379.jpg. And a second later, you see the thumbnail, including 379.jpg, being modified on his device. At the bottom, same type of information. These messages were not recovered on Ms. Pavlon's device. So here I'm showing that between 8:23 a.m. and approximately 8:24 a.m., there's the usage for the messaging application. And while there's usage in the messaging application, there are two long file names, one at 8:23:44 a.m. and one at 8:23:58 a.m. those two long file names being modified by Ms. Pavlon's messaging application match the thumbnail as being created on Mr. Pahl's device at this time.
Okay, next slide, please. Same thing here. We're looking at the actual images that were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device.
That's correct. So it's two images, each displayed twice, one being the modification on Ms. Pavlon's device, one being the thumbnail modification on Mr. Pahl's device, and that's the same for each image.
Okay, and in order for these images to be sent from Ms. Pavlon's device, someone would need to be actually manipulating the phone, going through the photos, and finding these to send through the messaging app?
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. What else did you see on September 2nd?
At the very end of that exchange that I just talked about, there's a snapshot that's created. We saw this previously back on August 24th. We had the same snapshot displayed. This is very similar to a screenshot on your device, but this is the phone doing this automatically, typically when an application is closed. So we just saw two pictures that were sent. In this snapshot, you can see that the last text, or appears to be the last text message, is a message to Chewy in which you, or Ms. Pavlon's device, sent a picture, and that very small thumbnail matches one of the pictures that was sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device.
Okay, we also see in this snapshot a message on Wednesday, two messages on Tuesday, and a message on Monday. Were those messages located within Ms. Pavlon's device themselves?
I don't believe any of those were recovered from her physical device.
And so that would mean that they were deleted sometime after September 2nd when this snapshot was created?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and some of those messages are talking about appointments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, even those messages were deleted. Is that your method?
Yeah, I believe that's right, yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. Continuing on September 2nd, what else happened?
At approximately 12:09 p.m., there's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's device from who I believe to be Delafield Dental. That call goes unanswered and is routed out to voicemail. So that's what you're seeing in those top two entries. These were recovered from Ms. Pavlon's call detail record, as these phone calls were deleted from her device. Actually, I don't believe that these ones were deleted.
Okay.
I'm not confident in that. Approximately 7 hours later, at 7:17 p.m., there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's phone checking voicemail.
Okay, if we can play that voicemail, please.
Hi, this message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. We had you scheduled today for your new patient appointment at 12 o'clock. The time is now 12:10. We were just calling to see if you were on your way or if we do need to go ahead and get that appointment rescheduled for you. We can see you up until 12:15, so if you are on your way, please go ahead and give us a call back here within the next 5 minutes. And if not, then just give the office a call to reschedule. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, Detective, whoever listened to that voicemail would know that Ms. Pavlon's missed an appointment on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are these calls occurring at or near 1000? Well, let me ask that again. Are these calls occurring while the device is at or near 1001 Delafield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, September 2nd at 8:52 p.m. What was significant about this timing?
This is going to be another animation. This is the second occurrence that I noted where Ms. Pavlon's device clearly leaves the area of 1001 Delafield. It's going to get messy again with the number of records shown, but the devices appear to be traveling together. Mr. Pahl's will be the blue, Ms. Pavlon's will be the red. They go to the area, kind of the south side of Milwaukee, and then they both return to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Why were you asked to map each time both devices left the area together?
So the initial request to me was to identify any times where Ms. Pavlon's device appeared to leave 1001 Delafield. And if I were to identify any times where her device left, does it appear that Matthew Pahl's device is traveling with it? So this is the second of 3 occurrences where I could tell that Ms. Pavlon's device left the area of 1001 Delafield.
And during each of those 3 occurrences, did both Mr. Pahl's device and Ms. Pavlon's device leave?
Yes, and they appear to be traveling together.
No other times where Ms. Pavlon's device leaves on its own from the residence?
Not that I found, no.
Okay, thank you. If we can play this animation, please. So, Detective, that animation shows the devices both leaving the residence, going to an area of Greenfield and Layton Avenue, and then also returning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I see the time counter on the right-hand side. Is that approximately the times that we are seeing the devices leave and then return?
On the right-hand side of this map?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you said at approximately 8:52 p.m. both devices leave the area of 1001 Delafield. What time do both devices approximately return?
I don't recall specifically. If you played back the animation, I could give you my best approximate based on the speed of this animation.
Right. This is a pretty quick animation.
Yes, ma'am. It's moving very fast.
Okay. We'll start it again.
Sorry, I'm still listening to the Virginia police scanner in one ear and following this in the other. Well, seeing the thumbnails of the defendant taking
Based on the speed of that,
shots of
my
himself
best
in the mirror
approximation is
for
about 10:05
himself.
p.m.
Okay. And this time counter goes all the way to 10:14. So there's some overlap where both devices are back at the residence and remaining there?
At or very near. With this zoomed out, I can't say specifically that they're at 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Next slide, please. Then what happens on September 4th that was significant in your investigation?
On September 4th, these are UTC times, so between approximately 5:05 p.m. and 5:40 p.m., there's activity on what's labeled as Stephanie Hall's Facebook account, which was told to me that is Stephanie Pavlon's Facebook account. So there's a message from Ms. Pavlon's account to Sherilyn Valente on Facebook. And at 10:05 p.m., that message reads, "What's happened with you and Matt?" Following that, there's a number of messages incoming from Sherilyn Valente's Facebook account to Ms. Pavlon's account.
Okay. And can you tell us what Ms. Sherilyn says at 10:07?
At approximately 10:07 p.m., Sherilyn Valente types, "Hi, I don't know. I'm clueless. I really didn't know what's happening. Do you have any idea? Because I've been worrying so much."
What was significant in your review of the Skype messages between Sherilyn Valente and Mr. Pahl and any contact you were aware they were having between August 23rd and September 4th?
In reference to Skype specifically, I don't believe there's any Skype contact between Sherilyn Valente and Matthew Pahl between August 23rd and this time. I do believe there was an email exchange between them, though.
Right. We saw an email between Sherilyn Valente and Mr. Matthew Pahl on August 26th.
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And so it appears that Ms. Pavlon's account is the one that reaches out to Ms. Sherilyn Valente?
Based on this, yes.
Okay. What's the next message Ms. Valente sends?
At approximately 10:08 p.m., Ms. Valente writes, "Please help me."
And the next two messages?
The next one at 10:09, those squares are likely from some type of emoji or something that can't be encoded properly. And then at 10:11 p.m., there's a message from Sherilyn Valente reading, "I don't want to lose him, Steph."
And what are the next few messages that she sends on September 4th?
At 10:33 p.m., Sherilyn Valente writes, "He never gave me his real name." At 10:34 p.m., Sherilyn Valente writes, "But I respect him. If he doesn't want to, that's okay with me." And at approximately 10:40 p.m., Sherilyn Valente writes, "Steph, I don't have trusted friends either, and I'm glad I met you. In fact, I'm really getting shy with you because I don't want you to think that I only talk to you when I need something. No, it's not that. One day, I'll make it up to you."
These messages occurred between 5:05 and 5:40. Where was Ms. Pavlon's device located at the approximate time of these messages?
I believe at or very near the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Next slide, please. The Facebook messages continue. Can you read these messages, please?
Yes, beginning at approximately 10:40 p.m. Ms.
What
Valente,
time in local time?
I'm sorry, 5:40 p.m. local time. Ms. Valente writes, "Like, asterisk." At 10:40 p.m. again, Ms. Valente writes, "What made him mad?" At approximately 5:41 p.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I don't want him get mad." At approximately 5:43 p.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I'm sorry, Steph. If it seemed I'm not interested, I don't mean that."
And what does Ms. Pavlon's, what does her account respond at 5:54 p.m.?
At approximately 5:54 p.m., Ms. Pavlon's account writes, "I have belly ache. I need to find medicine. If he says anything, I'll just tell him you care very much, and I just reached out to you. Sorry, I have to rest, but please take care of yourself. And so you know he always cared very much for you very much."
How does Sherlyn Valente respond to those messages sent from Ms. Pavlon's account?
She first reacts with the heart emoji on that message, and then at approximately 5:58 p.m., Sherlyn Valente writes, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You take meds, Steph, and you take care of yourself. I just feel relieved talking to you. I'm so worried about him, and I care for him so much that hopefully we overcome this. And sorry, too, if I don't open my messenger much. I just opened this for work, but I'll surely can receive your messages. Take a rest, Steph. Thank you for reaching out. I really do appreciate it so much. Have a great day."
And that last message is sent at 5:58 local time?
That's correct.
Okay. Going to the next slide, did you observe both devices leaving the residence at approximately 9:27 p.m.?
Yes, they do leave the residence. This is much closer proximity. It's not as obvious that they leave the residence, but they appear to travel south to southeast on Delafield Street to the area where the coop is labeled on this map.
That's pretty close to the apartment based on this map?
Relatively speaking, yes.
And based on your evaluation of these records compared to some of those records where we saw them travel great distances, did you believe that the devices were traveling by some way other than car?
Yes, most likely on foot or on a bicycle, definitely not in a vehicle.
Okay, we can play this animation, please. Okay, based on that animation and the arcs of those records, do you believe that the devices remained in close proximity to maybe like the downtown Waukesha area or just on the west side of the river?
Yeah, based on my analysis, they'd be in the area of the coop or about where Madison and East North intersect, and I can circle that if you'd like.
Sure, that would be great. And how did you make that determination? Just trying to understand how these records work and what exactly you're looking at.
Yeah, so when I analyze these, remember that the shaded area has nothing to do with the record. That shaded area is just for visual. So when the animation started, you saw the blue line or the blue arc slowly moving away from 1001 Delafield, moving south. Eventually, we began seeing records from Ms. Pavlon's device coming into the map, and those are also south of 1001 Delafield. So looking at just the records on our screen here at this time, both devices are in the general area of those arcs, Ms. Pavlon's being the red, Mr. Pahl's being the blue, and those are clearly away from 1001 Delafield at this time.
Okay. Next slide, please. I guess I should ask you before we move on. Detective, did you then observe both devices return to the residence?
They do eventually return. I don't have an exact time frame when they return back to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, if we could clear the screen. So looking at September 5th, what do we see here on the screen to the right?
So I kind of just talked about this, but this is a list of Skype contacts between Matthew Pahl and Sherlyn Valente. So the top two messages here, one being August 21st, 2022, the next entry being a missed incoming call from Sherlyn to Matthew Pahl on 8/23/2022. And then there's a gap from 8/23 to September 5th, 2022, where I did not observe any messages between Ms. Valente and Mr. Pahl on Skype. But again, there was that email exchange between them on August 26th.
Okay, and on September 5th at 6:42 a.m., what message does Mr. Pahl send to Sherlyn Valente?
Yes, at approximately 6:42 a.m. on September 5th, 2022, Mr. Pahl sends Ms. Valente a message that reads, "What's the matter? You don't check your emails like your messenger?" And that's followed up with another message that reads, "If you want to know, good. If not, that's fine too."
Why was that message on September 5th about checking Messenger significant based on what we've seen on September 4th?
So, to my knowledge, Stephanie Pavlon's is messaging Ms. Valente. I should say Ms. Pavlon's account is messaging Ms. Valente's account through Facebook Messenger. And based on this, it appears Mr. Pahl may have been the one doing that, as he's now questioning Ms. Valente as to why she doesn't check her email, but she's checking Messenger. And I take Messenger here to be that of Facebook Messenger.
Okay, and the last message that Mr. Pahl sends at 6:44 a.m.?
At approximately 6:44 a.m. on September 5th, 2022, Mr. Pahl writes, "No, I'm not trying to chat. Read your email."
Then what happens later that morning at 8:56 a.m.?
There's a, I don't remember if it's incoming or outgoing, but there is a call through Skype between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Valente that lasts approximately 2 hours and 6 minutes.
Okay, and that's the first time that there's any sort of voice call between the two parties dating back through Skype?
At least in the information I reviewed, yes.
Next slide. On September 6th, did you become aware that Mr. Pahl had a appointment at OAW at approximately 10:30 a.m., and based on these records, he checked in or arrived at about 10:34 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Did you become aware that there was dash camera video obtained from Mr. Marvin Pahl's apartment that depicted some of Mr. Pahl's activity on September 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
What does this depict?
This is a dash cam from Matthew Pahl's truck. Begins at approximately 12:08 p.m. on September 6th, 2022, and it's in the parking lot of Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
Okay, and again, this same dash camera has that timing difference that you have to account for?
Yes, ma'am. It's approximately 13 hours ahead of local time here.
Can we play this video, please?
So this is before her body is found, right? He has no reason to drive around here.
Okay, that ends at 12:09:23.
Yes, ma'am.
It appears the vehicle's moving pretty slowly. Did you do anything to alter this video to slow it down, or is this at the normal speed of the video?
I did not alter this video at all.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. The next video starts at 12:09:31.
Yes, local time here, 12:09:31
Okay.
on September 6th.
It appears there's a little bit of a gap between the last video that we watched and this video. Did you find any other videos from September 6th?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Not in this time frame, I should clarify.
This is the video exactly as you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll start again, 12:09. Can you pause it, please? Oh. Detective, when we paused the video, could you see a white car coming out of a driveway?
Yes, I did see a white car, yes.
What is that driveway where the white car is coming from? We're just going to skip forward a little bit. There we go.
If you were to turn right where that white car is, I don't know how far, but that row would be where the first or the beginning of this dash cam started, so where the vehicle was parked.
Okay, so in the first dash cam, Mr. Pahl backs out and heads to the right. If he would have backed out and turned to the left, that would have been the entrance or exit to OAW that he could have exited?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can push play again. Detective, did you also learn that at about 3 p.m., Mr. Pahl took his car to a car wash at Arcadian Car Wash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're not going to review that video, but you were aware that Mr. Pahl went to that location and was at that location for quite some time?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe we established that time frame by me using these records to determine what time about he was at the car wash.
Okay, and so when you obtained the car wash video, you were able to significantly shorten the time frame that you were looking for based on the records?
I believe that's the order that it happened in, yes.
Did that also corroborate, again, that these records were accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We can go to the next slide, please. What happens that evening on September 6th?
There's incoming messages on Ms. Pavlon's Facebook account from Ms. Valente. The first one is on September 6th at approximately 8:41 p.m. local time. That message reads, "Hi, Steph. How are you? Hope you're okay now and feel better. Matt and I are okay now. Thank you so much for your advice. Hopefully someday I can make it up to you. Thanks, thanks, thanks."
And the next message?
At approximately 10:23 p.m., there's another incoming message from Ms. Valente to Ms. Pavlon's Facebook account, and it reads, "Thanks for the advice, Steph. That's so sweet of you. I'll keep that on mind. Have a good night's sleep."
Did you locate any messages from Ms. Pavlon's Facebook account in between these two records?
Not to my knowledge.
This is exactly how Facebook provided those records to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on September 7th?
There's conversation between Matthew Pahl and Sherilyn Valente on Skype, including the following messages. At approximately 6:37 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, and this is in part, "You also had more than a year to be friends with Steph. Now, suddenly you want to act like friend. Then back in April, I tell you just leave her alone, but your excuse is she reached out to you. So what?"
I'm going to stop you there. Does this indicate to you that Mr. Pahl was aware of messages being sent from Sherlyn to Stephanie's Facebook account on September 6th?
It does appear so, yes.
Okay. Next message.
At approximately 6:40 a.m., Ms. Valente says, "I'm sorry about Steph. I just realized that she's been so good to me, and all she needed was a friend, and I failed her." At approximately 6:43 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I just thanked her because despite of everything, she still managed to reach out to me. I felt like my conscience bothered me. I should have done better. You're right. It was too late. Sorry, hun." At approximately 7 a.m., Matthew Pahl says in part, "I told you she wasn't being a good friend either, and to just leave it alone. Chat later about that." And at 7:02 a.m., Ms. Valente says, "Okay, hun, sorry again. I just want to show her some respect for being kind to me as well."
Next slide. Then on September 8th, what conversations did you locate?
These are Skype conversations between Matthew Pahl and Desierto on Skype. Beginning at approximately 3:36 a.m., Desierto says, "Are you stressed out with tickets?" At approximately 3:38 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "No, hun, not tickets. You know what it is." At approximately 3:39 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Tickets I have somewhat control over, not others' bad decisions." At approximately 3:42 a.m., Desierto says, "Don't get so stressed about the thing you've been worried."
And then is there a call between Mr. Pahl and Desierto?
Yes, there's an incoming call from Desierto to Matthew Pahl at approximately 4:14 a.m. That Skype call lasted approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes.
So Mr. Pahl and Ms. Desierto are talking in the middle of the night, 3:36 to 4:14 a.m., 5:14 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am, in that general time frame.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. I can tell, based on the images you have here on the slide, that there's some more images that are sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What time is the first image sent?
So the first image per Matthew Pahl's device was an incoming message at approximately 10:45:35 a.m.
Okay. And this time there are a total of 4 messages sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, did you recover those images on Ms. Pavlon's device?
So the images, yes, I recovered the cached version of that image on Ms. Pavlon's device. I did not recover the actual message on Ms. Pavlon's device.
So you recover the image, but not the message being sent from Ms. Pavlon's to Mr. Pahl?
I guess image is a broad term. I recovered a form of that image, not necessarily the exact image that was sent, but a cached version of that image.
Okay, so if we went on to Ms. Pavlon's device and we looked at messages from September 8th, we would not see messages sent from Ms. Pavlon's to Mr. Pahl in that chat.
That's correct.
Okay, trying to get it in the simple terms. We'll go to the next slide, please. All right, what are we looking at here in these 4 images? I can tell that these 4 images are different than the couple times we've seen something like this before.
Yes, so these are the 4 images, which had we done what I did previously, these images were similar on both devices between what was being cached by Ms. Pavlon's phone and what was being created in thumbnail version on Mr. Pahl's phone. There are 4 individual pictures here. The timestamps at the bottom are the timestamps for which these chats actually occurred. So the first screenshot on the far left, the chats that we're seeing there occurred July 30th, 2022 at approximately 11:45 a.m. The second picture, those chats occurred on August 4th, 2022 at approximately 12:17 p.m. The third occurred August 4th, 2022 at approximately 6:50 p.m. And the last or farthest to the right occurred August 4th, 2022 at approximately 7:55 p.m. It's important that going from left to right, if they're 1, 2, 3, 4, pictures 1, 2, and 4 were all screenshotted on Ms. Pavlon's device on September 8th. So these chats had to have existed on her device as of September 8th. However, I did not recover any of these messages on her device when I conducted my forensic extraction of her device.
And each of these screenshots are of messages sent between a contact listed as Chewy and Ms. Pavlon's?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your review, who is Chewy?
Chewy in Ms. Pavlon's contacts is Matthew Pahl's phone number.
Okay, so these are messages sent between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's going back from July 30th and August 4th, right?
That's correct.
Those messages are not on Ms. Pavlon's device when you extracted and reviewed the device?
That's correct.
So they were deleted sometime after September 18th, before your department takes custody of the device on September 17th?
That's correct.
Okay. Next slide, please. What else do we see on September 8th?
There's an outgoing call on September 8th from Matthew Pahl to Marvin Pahl. It's at approximately 8:33 p.m., and that phone call lasts approximately 41 minutes.
Okay. We can go to the next slide, please. What was significant about September 9th, 2022 in your investigation?
September 9th, 2022 is when law enforcement received notification of a deceased subject in the woods near Orthopedic Associates, and ultimately my department, the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, responded out to begin that investigation.
Prior to September 9th, when your department responds to begin the investigation, has anyone in law enforcement been notified that Stephanie Pavlon's is missing?
Not to my knowledge.
Has anyone in law enforcement been notified that Stephanie Pavlon's is endangered or has not been seen?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So what are we looking at here on September 9th?
So this is going to be another animation. It generally shows there's not as many records in this one, but it's going to show Matthew Pahl's device, or the blue device, moving from the area of 1001 Delafield in the bottom right of the screen up towards Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, ultimately past Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, and then back to Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
And on this day, Mr. Pahl's device travels alone to those locations?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, we can start the animation, please. So, Detective, I want to ask you about what we see on the very last screen here. The last record is at 1:10 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think this is a good example of what we're looking at and what's important. When I see the tower over by the Cherokee Woods subdivision, What's important about that particular record and where Mr. Pahl's device is located?
So when looking at only this one record right here, yes, the tower is significant because that's the tower and sector that was used. But in terms of finding the physical location of this device, it would again be somewhere along that large arc. I think it's obvious, but if you'd want me to draw a line on that arc, I could.
Nope, that's okay. I think with one particular record, that's helpful. Did you also recover dash camera video from Mr. Pahl's dash camera video that records Mr. Pahl's vehicle and route of travel that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. Is that what we're looking at here?
This is the beginning of it, yes.
Okay, and what time does this dash camera video start?
This would be on local time, September 9th, 2022, at approximately 1:01 p.m.
Okay, and what are we going to see on this video?
Judge, I'm objecting to playing this video. The jury's already seen it. I think it's cumulative.
Judge, it's one video.
Hang on. Go ahead.
It's one video. It's very short, and I think it assists the jury in putting into context all of the events of this day.
This witness is testifying about a summary of information that was testified to about being gathered from other law enforcement officers, and I think his purpose is to relate it to other things that were happening. I'll allow it.
We can push play, please.
Defense objects to this one because it's the defendant driving to the scene. What's that? Yellow note paper? What is that? Oh, that's a napkin, I think. He's driving to the scene right here to pull in and check what's happening with the police activity. We are at 1.25 speed, but he seems to be doing 72 kilometers an hour, so a good clip. I think it's probably around the speed limit for this road. Switches lanes. It's going to be turning right here soon. Ooh, look at all the cops.
Detective, what did we see at the very end of that video?
So right before the video stops, it appears the vehicle was in the right lane of travel, and the vehicle moves back over to the left lane of travel.
What are all those vehicles there that we see in the driveway area of OAW?
The ones lined up along the entrance there, the majority, if not all, are law enforcement vehicles.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. After Mr. Pahl passes Orthopedic Associates, is this a summary of his direction and location of travel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you review those dash camera videos to determine exactly his direction and route of travel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
So where the dot is, right by Orthopedic Associates, that's essentially where the dash cam we just watched stops. If you continue watching the dash cam, he travels west on Gulf Road, southbound on Elmhurst, westbound into Creekside Court. There's a little U-turn in the court. He comes back out, proceeds northbound on Elmhurst, eastbound on Gulf, and then I believe the next slide is going to show you the dash cam of him pulling into Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
Okay, so he drives away from OAW and is driving in the opposite direction of OAW for before returning, a total of about 7 minutes?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, next slide, please. And what do we see here? What time does this start?
This is on September 9th, 2022 at approximately 1:09 p.m. And you're seeing we're orientated kind of northeast here, but from eastbound Gulf Road, turning north into Orthopedic Associates driveway.
Okay, and play the video, please.
In his defense, he pulls in the same place he always goes. This is just repetitive behavior, as if then he hits his camera.
Next slide. Once Mr. Pahl is in the parking lot, what does he do next?
About the same time, there's an outgoing call from Mr. Pahl's device to Marvin Pahl's device. That call begins at approximately 1:10 p.m. That call lasts approximately 17 minutes.
Okay. Next slide. Now, did your department obtain video from Orthopedic Associates?
Some video, yes.
Okay. You were able to obtain video of September 9th of Mr. Pahl entering and exiting the doors at OAW?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you learn about this video that maybe other investigators were not aware of?
They're putting out the all clear.
So coming in, he's on his cell phone, which corresponds with the call that we just talked about and the duration of that call. I think it's the next slide after this. We observe Mr. Pahl walking out, and there's audio on this camera. It appeared he was playing, or there was police chatter, I'll call it. Sounds like a police radio. So I went back into Mr. Pahl's device and located application usage logs that showed that he had the police scanner app open on his phone when he's exiting Orthopedic Associates on this day.
Okay, so we'll play this video first. This is at 1:22 p.m.
Correct.
And that video matches the phone records indicating that Mr. Matthew Pahl is making a phone call or is on the phone with Mr. Marvin Pahl, right?
Correct.
Okay, next slide, please. What are we seeing on this slide?
So this will be, the big portion here is the video of Matthew Pahl exiting Orthopedic Associates. And then what I did is at the top of this video, so at 1:58 p.m. or approximately 1:58 p.m., you can see that the police scanner app is brought to focus on Mr. Pahl's phone. At 2 p.m. is when the video takes place, and at approximately 2:02 p.m., the police scanner app on Matthew Pahl's phone is closed.
Again, what types of things would be happening on a police scanner app or on a police scanner?
General communications, dispatches for calls for service. I'm not too familiar with police scanner apps, but my understanding is it's hard to pick which channel you want to listen to. But in general, police communications.
And you're familiar with police communications. You, as a detective and as a patrol deputy, would use the radio regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to play this video, please.
They're working on the bid for equipment and what they work.
Luca, welcome. Good to have you here.
Now, Detective, based on your familiarity with police radio, dispatch, audio, what did you hear in that video?
So I can't make out what exactly is being said, but it does sound like police communications and a female dispatcher acknowledging that she copied whatever transmission was played.
Okay. Important to note, did that audio stop after Mr. Pahl was outside of the little vestibule area here?
It appeared to, yes.
Okay. And did not continue once that other gentleman walked in?
I didn't hear it, no.
Why is that significant?
So I tried to determine, when I initially watched the video, I tried to rule out that it's possibly not one of our officers standing underneath this camera with his radio playing. So I think it's significant that as Mr. Pahl exits, the audio stops, and at 2 p.m., our radios are pretty much nonstop. There's a lot of communication going on. And then the application usage logs shows that he did have the application open. So I'm just trying to rule out that it's not a police officer off camera here, just you're hearing his radio playing.
Okay. And could someone use police scanner audio to try and determine what's going on outside OAW there at the crime scene?
I guess they could, yes.
So that occurs at 2 o'clock. Mr. Pahl exits OAW, and fair to say he exits to the and turns kind of towards the west?
Correct. To the right here would be to the west, yes.
Next slide, please. Then based on this dash camera, we know that he's manipulating his dash camera inside his car at about 2:09 p.m.
Judge, you want to object to the point of the bunch he doesn't know what he's supposed to do here with the dash camera?
Well, then we can play it.
All right, hang on a second. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, if we could play this slide, please.
Looks like he's manipulating it because something's happening. Yeah, I think he's manipulating it. There we go. 23 months, Luca. Congratulations, OG. Now it shows. Good to have
Detective,
you.
did you see anyone else in the vehicle with Mr. Pahl there?
I saw a hand picking up the dash cam and appears to be sticking it back to the windshield.
Okay, and that's at 2:09 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. This slide, this video starts at 2:14 p.m. There's no video between 2:09 and 2:14, is that correct?
In the PowerPoint, that is correct. I'm not sure 100% if there's any dash cams that we didn't include here.
Okay, and this video is about 1 minute long?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can play this here. Detective, I want to direct your attention back to slide 93, please. Okay. It looks like there's a second outgoing call on 9/9 at 2:06 p.m. Who is making that call?
Yes, ma'am. This is another outgoing call from Matthew Pahl's device to Marvin Pahl's phone number. It occurs at approximately 2:06 p.m., and that call lasts approximately 17 minutes.
Okay. So Mr. Pahl exits OAW at about 2 o'clock p.m. He calls Mr. Marvin Pahl at 2:06 p.m., and then that's where the dash camera video picks up at 2:09 p.m.?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. We can go forward to slide 98 now. Thank you. What are we looking at here, Detective?
So this is going to be another animation. It's going to play rather quickly, but we have OAW, or Orthopedic Associates, down towards the bottom left of your screen. This is between approximately 2:15 p.m. and 3 p.m. It's going to show Mr. Pahl's device take a general route of eastbound I-94 to northbound I-41 to northbound 45 into the area of Jackson. At the top of your map, there's another address. That address was provided to me as Marvin Pahl's address.
Okay, so we're going to see Mr. Matthew Pahl leave OAW and drive up to his father's residence in Jackson, Marvin Pahl's residence. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This happens very fast. This is really just to corroborate that that's where Mr. Matthew Pahl, the direction he travels?
Correct.
Okay, if we can push play, please.
Oh, that was fast. Zoom.
So Mr. Matthew Pahl is in the area of Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence around 3 p.m.?
Yeah, I'm not sure why I cut this animation off a little early, but it goes until 2:54 p.m. And based on this, I would say he's in the Jackson area by 2:54 p.m. I don't know exactly when he gets to Marvin Pahl's residence.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that he's there after sometime after 3 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Once Matthew Pahl is at Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence, what did you observe in Mr. Marvin Pahl's computer and his web search history?
Yeah, so these are web searches recovered from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. They occur generally between approximately 3:38 p.m. and 5:56 p.m. They're conducted through the Yahoo search engine. First one, Stephanie Pavilion's missing woman found dead. Waukesha, Wisconsin police reports. Waukesha, Wisconsin police reports death. Waukesha, Wisconsin police today's news, September 9th, 2022 video clips. Today's news, Highway 164 in Waukesha. Waukesha police scanner. Waukesha police scanner patch. News happening today in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Waukesha, Wisconsin police today's news. Body found in Waukesha field. Stephanie Pavlon's. Stephanie Pavilion's missing woman found dead. Stephanie Pavilion's missing woman found dead in apartment. Channel 6 News live Waukesha, Wisconsin. Body found by construction worker dead. And how to take a screenshot on MacBook Pro.
Detective, by 5:56 on September 9th,
Shift 3.
did anyone in law enforcement know who it was that was found in the woods near OAW?
Not to my knowledge.
Did anyone know in law enforcement that Ms. Stephanie Pavlon's had been missing since August 23rd?
At this point, no.
Did these web history searches on Mr. Marvin Pahl's computer appear to be relevant to your investigation?
I would say so, yes.
Why?
Because at this point, we didn't release any information about who was found, simply because we didn't know. Based on these searches, maybe this person knows.
Okay. Next slide.
I tell you what, it's 9:56. Let's take a break till about 10 after, okay? All right.
All right, we agree.
All right, so here's where we are. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I think we're gonna have to. We need to push ahead. Man, we need to push ahead. That cell phone data just took forever. Yeah, that looks pretty
All right, have a
bad.
seat, everybody.
That last testimony looked really
Anything
bad.
from the state before we take a break?
No, Judge.
Anything, Shelby? All right, take a break. Be back at 10 after, ready to go. Okay, you can step down.
That looked really bad for the defendant. Searching that Stephanie found dead on the address along the road. That's really bad when he's apparently the only person who knows that. The police don't know that. Does that mean that he killed her? I realize this is... I think it might be... I'll have to think about it. It might be able to get me past reasonable doubt, but it doesn't mean that he killed her. I just think that it's now proven that he knew that she was dead. So then you have to look at all the implications. So why would he not say anything? Why would he pretend that she's still alive and text as if he's her to people? Why would he go, unless he was involved in her death? Let's see. Give me a second. The break's almost over here. We're zooming ahead. I think we can go one more. We're going to work late today. Yeah, we're working late. How about that? We're going to go at least to lunchtime. How about that? We've got like 2 more hours. It's a late night. You guys up for it?
Bring the jurors back from the state.
Not from the state, Judge. I know defense has their witnesses here. I don't know if there's anything the defense wishes to address with the court.
Shelby?
One construction worker. And they're told to be here for camps that might begin by 10. I was hoping to call him out of order to get him back to this construction work. I'm not sure who wants to take a chance to call him out of order. But he was the one that, what's worse, he told the deputy they thought it was a woman in the woods.
Ms. Gordon?
I did have a chance to speak with him. He said that he would just need 20 or 30 minutes notice to be here. I don't know if it's going to be a while before Detective Shrader is done. I don't know if the court would want to take him out of order in the middle of another witness's testimony.
How much longer do we have the detective?
I'm on slide 100 of 124, and then there's a few other things we need to clean up after that.
24
Maybe
more
another
slides.
Hour on direct.
Let's wait, Mr. Gallivanese, okay?
Can you still tell him to go and I'll come
Yes,
back?
we'll tell him to wait. Yes, sir.
I'll go up to
It'll take a minute or
1.5
two for the jurors to come
just
back.
for
Okay.
Schroeder.
We can bring the jurors back then.
While they're bringing the jurors, we're going to go up to 1.5 speed just for this witness. It's going to be fast. Like really fast. But here we go. Now Matthew's fidgeting looks like a squirrel juggling a nut.
Yeah,
All clear sounded up in Virginia to the chagrin of some officers who were still clearing the library on the campus up there. They're saying, how can it be all clear? We still haven't cleared all the buildings. And they said, well, we've sounded the all clear. Just stand down. Like, what about all the rooms of people still sheltering in place? They said, we can't check every room. I'm not sure what all clear means, but I thought it meant something different than what apparently it meant today. So, all clear. False alarm. Shaved over the weekend. Got a haircut.
All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Have a seat, everybody else. Thank you very much. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you. We can put Exhibit 202 back on the screen, please. Okay, Detective. The last slide showed Mr. Matthew Pahl driving up to the area of Jackson, Wisconsin. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are we looking at on this slide?
This is going to be another animation between approximately 7:15 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. And it's going to show Mr. Pahl's device returning to the area of 1001 Delafield. Little different route, but generally speaking, it'll go west on 60 to State Highway 164, then travel southbound on 164 into the city of Waukesha.
Okay, we can play this animation, please.
Everyone's like, this sounds great. I love this speed. I think
So,
PowerPoints look good at
Again,
4
those records
times
show
speed.
Mr. Pahl returning to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, based on other investigation, including other detectives' review of surveillance video from the Willow Park apartments, did Mr. Pahl, Mr. Matthew Pahl, travel back and return to the apartment with anyone else?
On this occasion?
Yes.
I believe his father might be with him, but I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Did you also then, we didn't
map it for the jury, but did you also then review records from Mr. Pahl on September 10th, returning to the Jackson area and then coming back to the 1001 Delafield area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Indicating that Mr. Marvin Pahl came and spent the night with Mr. Matthew Pahl?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He said he didn't see or know about Mr. Marvin Pahl coming back.
Okay, next slide, please. What happens on September 10th?
On September 10th at approximately 9:43 a.m., there's web history from Matthew Pahl's cell phone. Visits a GM Today article. The title of that webpage is Dead Body Found by Construction Crew in Delafield, Waukesha County News. There's a snippet here of what that webpage looks like. That is our press release from the Sheriff's Office, summarized by this news outlet. And then at approximately 8:26 p.m., there's a web search from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer through the Yahoo search engine for Stephanie Pavlons.
Important to note that in that news article that's posted and that is reviewed by Mr. Matthew Pahl from his phone, that the body is not identified by a name?
Correct.
It's not identified by a gender?
Correct.
And it doesn't even say where at that address a body was located. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That address that is given, is that the address to OAW, if you know, or is that the general area?
I don't recall specifically if that's the OAW address.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on September 11th?
So the first message that we see here is actually on September 10th. So there's a Facebook message from Ms. Pavlon's account to Sherilyn Valente on September 10th at approximately 3:36 p.m. That message from Ms. Pavlon's account reads, "Keep in mind, baby," or "good spanking, haha." Moving on to September 11th at approximately midnight 04, Sherilyn Valente reacts to that message, and then 2 minutes later at approximately midnight 06, Ms. Valente writes, "You are silly. I just opened Messenger in case you wonder, because I'll do my lesson for next week, okay? Morrissey will accompany me in the grocery store at 3 p.m. He's working with his painting, so I'll do my stuff first." It should be noted there's a number of typos in that message.
Okay, and so on September 10th in the afternoon, someone is accessing Stephanie Pavlon's Facebook account?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything significant about the message that was sent from Stephanie's Facebook account?
I guess me personally, I don't understand the context of this message. It doesn't seem to make sense to me in terms of why that message was sent from Ms. Pavlon's account.
Okay, next slide, please. What else happens on September 11th?
On September 11th, there's a Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente. Approximately 7:34 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "No, just feel sad, hun, and wondering why all this bad shit." At 7:37 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "Shh, focus. I know how you feel, but you have a life, hun. Fight this negativity and sadness, sweetheart. Remember, you did everything. You cared. You shouldn't be the one feeling like that when you did everything way back, every single time." At approximately 7:40 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I know it's sad, but life goes on, and on, and on. Be strong, baby. You can't hold on to this forever. Yeah, I know, it takes time. It's not easy, but time heals too. Be strong, hun." At approximately 7:44 a.m., Matthew Pahl writes, "Yes, thanks, hun. In life, there is a time for many things. Now is grieving time."
Detective, on September 11th, did anyone in law enforcement know that Stephanie Pavlons was the body found in the wooded area?
I don't believe that we knew at this time, and if we did, I know for sure that we would not have released any type of press release with that name at this time.
Okay, next slide, please. What else happens that morning?
Continuing on in the Skype conversation at approximately 7:48 a.m., Ms. Valente says in part, "Grieve, baby, it is okay, but after that, remember you have a life of your own." At approximately 7:56 a.m., Matthew Pahl says in part, "Yes, hun, it's just sad all these people and so-called professional couldn't/can't do anything." At approximately 9:02 a.m., Matthew Pahl writes, "Yes, I got feeling I'm going to need help and support this week."
Okay, next slide, please. What happens that afternoon?
At approximately 2:34 p.m., there's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's phone. This call is routed, it's unanswered and routed to voicemail. So those are the two entries you're seeing on top. This call is from a contact in her phone labeled as Mama Mia. I did check that phone number in our information, and that phone number belongs to Georgianne Pavlons. Approximately 20 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's phone, checking the voicemail, and the outgoing call to check voicemail was deleted from Ms. Pavlon's phone.
So at 2:34, Stephanie's mother attempts to make contact with her device?
It appears so, yes.
And was there then an outgoing call from either Mr. Pahl's device or Ms. Pavlon's device returning that phone call to Georgianne Pavlons?
Not that I observed, no.
And you said the call to voicemail was deleted?
The call to check voicemail was deleted, yes.
What about the call that was made from Georgianne?
The incoming call?
Yes.
That was still on the device.
Okay. Next slide, please. At 3:12 p.m., what happens about 20 minutes after that voicemail is checked?
At approximately 3:12 p.m., there's an outgoing call from Matthew Pahl's device to Marvin Pahl. That phone call lasts approximately 14 minutes.
Okay. What happens next?
At approximately 3:49 p.m., there's a Skype conversation from Matthew Pahl to Ms. Valente. It reads, "I'm going to delete this text after I tell you something, but I really shouldn't text it." At approximately 3:50 p.m., so 1 minute later, Matthew Pahl says, can you call me for just 2 minutes, and then I'll let you go after I spank your butt. At approximately 3:53 p.m., so 3 minutes later, there's an incoming call, Skype call, from Sherilyn Valente to Matthew Pahl. That call lasts approximately 14 minutes. The above message that says, "I'm going to delete this text," was in fact deleted from the device.
Okay. Next slide, please. Then at 6:36 p.m., what happens?
I wouldn't call.
At approximately 6:36 p.m., there's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device from Marvin Pahl. That call lasts approximately 49 minutes. At approximately 9:02 p.m., there's a Skype conversation between Ms. Valente and Matthew Pahl. In that conversation, Matthew Pahl says, "I had a long talk. Dad, we will be ready." At 9:03 p.m., Ms. Valente responds, "That's great. Remember, if you'll be invited for interrogation or anything, remain calm because you can think better when you are calm." At approximately 9:08 and 9:09 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "The family called someone and said nobody has seen her or heard. I'm not really worried." In approximately 9:09 p.m., Ms. Valente responds, "Oh God, where she could possibly be."
Detective, based on your understanding of this investigation, had Detective Plennis or Detective Fredericks or any other member of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department had contact with the Pavlon's family on September 11th?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, next slide, please. Now on to September 12th. What happens that day?
The early morning hours, approximately 8:37 a.m. to 8:38 a.m. There's web history on Matthew Pahl's cell phone. Appears to be visiting Thielen Funeral Services, Waukesha Obituaries, Obituary Search. At approximately 12:55 p.m., there's a incoming call on Miss Pavlon's phone from that Mamma Mia contact, which is Georgianne Pavlon's cell phone number. That call is unanswered and routed to voicemail. Approximately 4 minutes later, there's an outgoing call from Pavlon's device checking the voicemail. The outgoing call to check voicemail was deleted from Ms. Pavlon's device.
And again, after Mrs. Georgianne Pavlon's attempts to contact her daughter Stephanie Pavlon's, does Mr. Pahl make a call to Georgianne from his cell phone?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does he return that call from Ms. Pavlon's cell phone?
Not that I'm aware of.
And there's no calls to law enforcement at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Next slide, please.
This is later in the afternoon on September 12th, 2022. These are web searches from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer between approximately 3:12 p.m. and 4:41 p.m. The searches are made through the Yahoo search engine, and some of the searches include Stephanie Pavlon's CCAP Wisconsin court records, the Freeman newspaper, Waukesha, Wisconsin, September 11th, 2022, dead body found by construction worker, dead body found by construction worker video, and dead body found in Delafield, Wisconsin.
At this point in the investigation, in the afternoon of September 12th, had the Sheriff's Department made it public in any way that they knew who the body was that was located in the woods?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Next slide, please. What did we see here?
On September 12th, at approximately 3:42 p.m., there's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device from Marvin Pahl. That call lasts approximately 12 minutes. At approximately 4:13 p.m., Matthew Pahl sends a Skype message to Ms. Valente that reads in part, "No news here yet. I just got off the phone with my dad, and I'm going to go for a bike ride to relieve stress."
Okay, so tell me again, what time does that incoming call from Marvin Pahl happen?
It's at approximately 3:42 p.m.
And if we can go to the previous slide, please. Some of those web search histories occur immediately after that phone conversation between Matthew Pahl and Marvin Pahl?
Yes, the phone call that we just talked about would be between the first and second search there.
Okay. Then if we can go to slide 111, please. Again, on September 12th, what do we have here?
More Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente. Specifically, at approximately 8:07 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Otherwise, night-night. Just wanted to make sure I saw you in case something bad happens." Again, at 8:07 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Just remember, if I delete you, I'll be back as soon as the drama is over." At approximately 8:08 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "Shh, nothing will happen to you. Stop thinking that way, but always be prepared. Be calm. I will, baby."
Next slide takes us to September 13th. What happens on that date?
More Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente, including at 7:44 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, have to shower, just not feeling the best, was thinking again, if I could have just did something different to help if things turn out bad. At approximately 7:46 a.m., Ms. Valente writes in part, you did your part, please stop blaming yourself. About an hour or so after that, there's additional web searches on Matthew Pahl's phone, in summary regarding obituaries and memorials and obituaries.
Okay. Next slide. September 14th. What are we looking at here?
An incoming message on Ms. Pavlon's device. The message is from a contact named Sam, phone number 262-757-8558. That message reads, you still got that pressure washer for sale, question mark, question mark, question mark. At approximately 7:34 a.m., Matthew Pahl sends a message to Majian Desierto, which reads, if you don't hear from me, if something happens, I'll get with you ASAP.
Okay, next slide. Later on September 14th.
More Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente, specifically at 8:38 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, I just wanted to say night-night in case something bad happens today. Ms. Valente responds, hey, stop thinking that. Any news? Question mark. Approximately 8:39 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, a lot of chatter about this and that, but nothing concrete. And at 8:42 a.m., Matthew Pahl writes, not texting anymore about this and that, hun.
Okay, and then that next message is actually something we've already seen on the previous slide, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Go to the next slide. What else happens on September 14th?
At approximately 4:23 to 4:54 p.m., there's web searches recovered from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. Those are all made through the Yahoo search engine, and in summary, they're about the Waukesha Coroner's Office and Waukesha death notices.
Again, by September 14th, are you aware of any press release or information that had been released to the public indicating we knew the identity of the person found in that wooded area?
I don't recall.
Okay. September 15th on the next slide, please.
First one is Skype conversation from Matthew Pahl to Desierto. It's at 2:50 p.m., and Matthew Pahl says, driving back from Dad's, got my banking business done for overseas traveling, have one more meeting to finish next week. At approximately 3:01 p.m., or about 10 minutes later, Matthew Pahl sends a message to Ms. Valente through Skype, which reads, did banking business for overseas traveling.
What happens next?
At approximately 10:02 p.m., there's an incoming message on Matthew Pahl's device. It's an incoming message from Ms. Pavlon's device, and it's a news article regarding the ATF and Milwaukee criminals.
Was Ms. Pavlon's device located at or near the 1001 Delafield Street apartment when this message was sent?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. All right. The next slide, please. This looks pretty complicated. What are we looking at here?
So we'll start with the table graphic. That's a portion of what's called the SQLite database. Your phone or cell phones store a lot of information in what's called SQLite databases. I'll describe it as an Excel workbook on steroids, but it's a relational database that holds information. So specifically, what we're looking at here is a portion of the MMS SMS database from Ms. Pavlon's device. I've taken some columns out just to clean it up a little bit, but what's important to note is that _ID column is what's called a primary key. So each of these tables in this database have what's known as a primary key. Those primary keys are sequential. They will never be repeated. So when we're looking here, this is where the text messages in Ms. Pavlon's device get stored. Any gaps in record ID would be indicative of information being deleted. So I took a snip of this because there's a large quantity of messages that have been deleted. And specifically, if we look at the _ID columns and the date timestamp columns, which are back to UTC time, so not local time, but 5 hours ahead, we're seeing between record ID 89 and record ID 470 that there's 380 missing record IDs. So that would mean between March 17th and June 17th, 2022, there are 380 deleted messages. Same with the next gap, _ID 470 to _ID 913. There's 442 deleted messages from Ms. Pavlon's device, which would have occurred between June 17th and August 15th, 2022. The last gap between _ID 913 and _ID 1007 indicates that there's 93 deleted entries between August 15th and September 14th, 2022. With this information, I'm not necessarily able to tell you what the context of any of those deleted messages were or what time they were deleted.
But you can tell me that a lot of messages are deleted from Ms. Pavlon's device during those timeframes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, previously you, I think, said something about if someone had their messages set to automatically delete after a short time period, that would be a setting on the phone that they would have, I guess, clicked on or set themselves?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. In this case, in reviewing Ms. Stephanie Pavlon's phone, did you see any indication that there was some type of setting that would automatically delete messages very quickly in time?
I don't recall seeing that setting, and I am seeing some older messages on here, specifically ones back to March of 2022.
So would that indicate to you that messages were not automatically set to delete after, say, 7 days or even 30 days?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to direct your attention to those last two messages, 1007 and 1008. Those messages are from September 14th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those are the last two records that you observed in this database?
That's correct.
Okay. One of those is a message about the pressure washer that we just saw on one of those previous slides?
Yes, ma'am. Record ID 1007, which is on September 14th, 2022. If we convert that to local time, it would be 1:23 a.m. The message reads, "You still got that pressure washer for sale?" ?
Okay. Now, next slide, please. You've talked a lot about deleted calls to check the voicemail. How did you determine that that was the case, and what are we looking at here?
So similar to the last database that we just looked at, the call log.db is another SQLite database that keeps track of calls incoming and outgoing on the physical device. This is a query specifically for that voicemail retrieval number, which is 805-637-724. That number is what the phone is dialing on T-Mobile's network to check voicemail. This was all the ones that I observed. Everything, we'll say from the first 8 entries, so they occur between June 8th, 2022 and August 3rd, 2022. None of those outgoing calls to voicemail were deleted. The next several entries between August 26th, 2022 to September 16th, 2022, that's 8 calls out to check voicemail. All but the very last one on September 16th was deleted.
So 7 of the 8 calls made to Stephanie Pavlon's phone and then routed to check voicemail, right, are deleted.
Correct. These are the user actually dialing out to check the voicemail, not necessarily those incoming and routed calls to voicemail.
Okay, so when I go on my phone and I say, I want to check voicemail, your phone creates this database?
Not necessarily. It depends on your network. This database would track all of your incoming and outgoing calls. I only have it displayed here to show the calls to voicemail.
Okay. And you wanted to show the calls to voicemail to see if there was any trends related to voicemails being deleted prior to August 23rd and after August 23rd?
Correct. I'm trying to establish if this is a normal pattern for the user to delete those calls. It appears to me, based on my analysis, that it's not normal, at least between June, July, and early August, for the user to delete their voicemails or their calls to check voicemail. And then beginning August 26th, moving into the future, it appears the majority of the calls are getting deleted.
Okay. You also compiled a summary of all of the times that the police scanner app on Mr. Pahl's phone was checked or used. Is that correct?
Brought to focus, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you the next slide. What are we looking at here?
So I used the application usage log on Mr. Pahl's device. What I did is I looked specifically for the police scanner app and only occurrences where it's brought to focus. So the app will keep track of, or the database will keep track of bring to focus events, suspended events where maybe it's pushed to background, or closed events where the application is being closed. So what I did is I looked at that database only for when the police scanner app was brought to focus and created this chart of times that the police scanner app was brought to focus.
Can I stop you there? When you say bring to focus, if I have 10 apps open on my phone and I click into the police scanner app, what does that mean?
So bring to focus is when it's displayed as the primary app that the user would see on the phone. So I don't know if you're all familiar, but you can suspend applications and push them to the background. They're still open, but they're not in focus anymore. So bringing to focus would be bringing that application for the user to view on the phone.
Okay, so that's meaning that that's what's on your screen and that is the main application being used by the user at that time?
Yes, that it's displayed to the user.
Displayed to the user, okay. So you're only checking the number of times that it's actually brought to focus in the main application being displayed?
Yes.
Okay. Why use the bring to focus rather than some of those other types that you've described to the jury?
I guess the question that was brought to me and why I did this was how many times does he launch the application? So bringing to focus would be the user launching that application. So in terms of my analysis, the user suspending the application or closing it wasn't part of the investigative request.
Okay. And you also have a timeline at the bottom with showing the numbers in addition to the graph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so on September 9th, the day that Ms. Pavlon's body was located by a construction worker and then ultimately the sheriff's department was called in, how many times did Mr. Pahl bring the police scanner app to focus?
66 times according to the device.
Was that significantly more than any other day in between August 21st and the date of his arrest on September 17th?
Yes.
Next slide, please. Detective, you're aware that on September 17th, based on your review of Mr. Pahl's phone and this investigation, that Mr. Pahl sent a message to Mr. Kyle Hobeck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that message?
It's that top right screenshot. The gray portion, for me, one's gray. The bottom one I will say is a little more blue. But the gray bubble with the black text is a message that Mr. Pahl's device sent to Mr. Hobeck. That message reads, "I have your info from one of my workers who wasn't doing her job. There's a note you're interested in a power washer that is for sale yet."
Okay, and you're also aware that a search warrant was executed at Mr. Pahl's residence on September 2nd of 2022, right?
September 17th,
Sorry,
2022,
yes.
yes.
Thank you for correcting me. September 17th of 2022 is when a search warrant was executed.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are photographs of two of the items, Ms. Pavlon's purse and her water bottle, that were significant in the investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're also aware that Mr. Pahl was interviewed by Detective Fredericks and Detective Sykes on those days.
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. Then tell me what you found on Mr. Marvin Pahl's phone regarding his web search history on September 19th.
So this would be from Marvin Pahl's computer, not the cell phone, but from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. On September 19th, at approximately 2:11 p.m., there's a Yahoo search for Stephanie Pavlon's. And at approximately 4:19 p.m., there's a web search through Yahoo for Stephanie Pavilion's obituary death.
Then on September 20th, this is a picture of a note that was left with Willow Park Apartment Management. You weren't necessarily involved in that, but you're aware that that occurred, right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Then you're aware that the investigation continues between September 19th of 2022 all the way to September 17th of 2023, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that during that time period, Mr. Pahl ultimately left for the Philippines and returned in June of 2023. Is that correct?
That's what I was told, and these are the dates that I was provided, yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Did you have an opportunity to review Mr. Matthew Pahl's web history on a new device that was obtained in September of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
This is a portion of web history. It's not all inclusive of all the web history on, I'll say, his new device. But this is it's not in order either, I apologize, but this is some of the web searches made on his new cell phone.
What were some web searches that were significant to your investigation that occurred in September of 2023?
Waukesha County death stats, coroners, postmortems, and inquests. When does the medical examiner get involved? Searches for Pavlons on GM Today.
See also search on August 7th of 2023, moving overseas and abroad, how to move your belongings to a new country.
Yes, he does make that search.
Okay. So a number of searches occurring in August and September, either about the medical examiner's office or obituaries or overseas moves.
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. And finally, the next slide. Detective, ultimately, was Mr. Pahl arrested and a search was conducted at his residence on September 18th of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a picture of a note that was located within Mr. Pahl's apartment on that date and time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You weren't involved necessarily in the search, but that's your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that completes our timeline. I want to go back and clean up a few items that might have been a little confusing. I'm going to start with something that we haven't talked about yet. We're going to go back to August 8th of 2022, where you asked, as part of this investigation, to review some text messages that were sent from Mr. Pahl to Ms. Stephanie Pavlons on August 8th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that we review some of the video from August 8th. We're going to start with Defense Exhibit 456. All of these have previously been admitted, Judge, so I'm going to ask to first start with Exhibit 456. Okay, we can pause it here. Detective, what date and time are we looking at here on this video?
It appears to be August 8th, 2022, approximately 2:34 p.m. And this is the camera at the north end or north entry point of Willow Park Apartments.
Okay, and you recognize this to be Willow Park Apartments?
It does appear to be, yes.
Okay, we're going to play this video, please.
A new video?
Did you see Mr. Pahl's truck enter the camera there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Exhibit 458 from Defense, please.
Almost missed it. It was blink and you miss it thing.
What time are we looking at here?
August 8th, 2022, at approximately 2:38 p.m.
Okay. And this is from a different camera, from Channel 4?
Yes, this is more in the middle of the building.
Okay, we can play this video, please.
He's got to go check his mail, which he never gets.
Then Exhibit 459, please.
The mailroom's locked.
What time are we looking at on this video, Detective?
Still on August 8th at approximately 2:59 p.m.
Okay, play please. Okay, so Mr. Pahl exits the apartment at 2:59, and we saw the truck enter at 2:34. Does that sound right?
It sounds right, yes.
Okay, now if we can play Exhibit 461, please.
Ooh, whose basket is that? Does it belong to the condo?
Check.
Here he comes.
you see Mr. Pahl walk by? Okay, we can stop it. That was at 3 o'clock.
Definitely
Detective, did you see
unlocking the
Mr. Pahl
door.
walk by on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then did you see that same orange shirt that he was seen wearing exiting the apartment, kind of in the door of that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see Mr. Pahl jimmying the door to kind of open and stay unlocked?
Yeah, I couldn't tell exactly what he was doing, but it appeared he was messing with the locking mechanism.
Okay. If we can then go to exhibit
Virginia
462,
Little, welcome
please.
back. Thank you so much.
This is at what time,
Appreciate your
Detective?
support.
Approximately 3:01 p.m.
Okay, play please.
It's awesome, Virginia. Thank you so much. Who dat?
Okay, so Detective, who was that entered at 3:01?
Ms. Pavlons.
And as far as you can tell, approximately when the truck enters at 2:34 until Ms. Pavlon enters at 3:01, she's not seen on any of those cameras?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And you would agree that Mr. Pahl changed his shirt in that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. Now if we can go to, is it 190? Okay. So Detective, I'm going to ask you about August 23rd. When we first watched those PowerPoint slides last week on Friday, they're pretty zoomed out, some of those cell hawk mappings that you did. Why are they so far zoomed out for some of those time frames?
Just to show the totality. If I zoom in, you're not going to see the towers being used on the overall route of travel. So zoomed out to show the entire route of travel or the general route of travel.
Okay. I'm going to show first for the witness, exhibit 190.
It's on my screen already.
Oh, I know, but she's got to go over to 190. Okay. What are we looking at in exhibit 190?
So this is a screenshot that I queried a specific time frame. That time frame was 9:15 a.m. to about 10:53 a.m. This one specifically is zoomed out to see the towers being used for Ms. Pavlon's device during that time frame on August 23rd.
Okay. And did I ask you to specifically make note of the time frame from 10:33 a.m. to 10:53 a.m.?
Yes, you did.
Okay. What was the significance of that time frame?
10:33 a.m. is when Matthew Pahl checks out of his appointment, and then 10:53 a.m. is the approximate time that the devices start to leave the area of Orthopedic Associates.
Okay. And is this a somewhat zoomed in screenshot of that particular time period?
Yes, it's zoomed in enough that we can still see the towers being used during 10:33 to 10:53 a.m.
And for which device are we looking at?
This is Pavlon's device.
Okay, I would move exhibit 190 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No, sir. All right, 190 is admitted.
So Detective, can you please explain to us, based on this screenshot of that animation, what it is that we see during this particular time frame, again, of 10:33 to 10:53?
Yes, so this is a screenshot of that time frame, and I guess of significance. Again, we have two different towers in a 20-minute time frame that are registering the device. So let's say we were doing this to locate a missing person. Where these arcs cross is where we want to look. So you're looking at the large arc coming off of what I'll say the left tower, and then you get some smaller arcs off the right tower. But where those lines intersect would be a good indication of where the device is located or in that area.
Now, does the fact that there's a number of arcs mean that the device is making significant moves in distance?
Not necessarily.
What does that mean?
So we talked about it a long time ago, but these records are being generated automatically as long as the phone is on.
He's like, you
it's
don't
measuring
remember?
a delay in time from the tower to the device and back, and then it's estimating or inferring a distance based on that delay in time. So even if a device is stationary, you may see some variance to those arcs while the device is sitting still, just depending on those different time measurements that are being taken by the network.
Okay. Then did I ask you to zoom in even further so we could see even closer to OAW for these same records?
Yes, ma'am, you did.
Okay, if I can show just for the witness first, exhibit 191. Oh, sorry, 193. Detective, what are we looking at in exhibit 193?
This is very zoomed in on those records, and it's fixated on the area of Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
I would move exhibit 193 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No, sir. All right, it's admitted.
So Detective, is this for that same time period that we just looked at in exhibit 190, just now further zoomed in?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this information tell you that's significant to the investigation?
So we can ignore the straight up and down vertical line that kind of goes by the G in Gulf Road. That is actually the sector that's being used. So looking at the curved lines coming across, generally speaking, the ones moving up and down here are the ones from that tower out west. The ones moving kind of left to right are from the tower that's north of Orthopedic Associates. And that's where they're crisscrossing. So in general, in the area either on or just south of Orthopedic Associates.
Indicating that Ms. Pavlon's device was in the area of OAW from 10:33 to 10:53 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, did I ask you to do the same thing for the records of Mr. Pahl?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we can show just for the witness first.
Kayla
Exhibit 191, is this that zoomed out version of Mr. Pahl's records?
26
Yes, ma'am.
months.
Okay, I would
Thank
move
you.
to admit Exhibit 191 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It's admitted. You may publish.
Okay, Detective, same thing for Mr. Pahl's records. What are we looking at here that's significant?
Actually, very similar to Ms. Pavlon's records, but you're seeing two different towers being used in the time frame of 10:33 to 10:53 a.m. There's numerous records here, but again, we're looking at the area in which they cross. So in that time frame from here, it's in the area of orthopedic or just south thereof.
Okay, and then did you also complete a more zoomed in version of these records?
Yes, ma'am.
First for the witness, please, Exhibit 192. Are these those same records but now zoomed in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, move Exhibit 192 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. It's admitted, and you may publish.
Okay, Detective, once again, please tell us what we're looking at here in this zoomed in version.
So again, we can ignore the up and down vertical line, the perfectly up and down vertical line that kind of goes by the G in Gulf Road. The curved lines moving up and down coming across are from that tower out west. The lines generally moving left to right are from the tower north of OAW. And again, we're looking at areas where they cross, which would be a good indicator of the approximate area where a device is located.
Okay, and that dark green area right under the N15, is that the wooded area where Ms. Pavlon's body was located?
Somewhere in there, yes.
Okay. Now, based on these records and the records that we've shown previously, what, in your opinion, what time did Mr. Pahl's device and Ms. Pavlon's device leave the area of Orthopedic Associates?
It's right after this time frame, approximately 10:54 hours that they begin moving east.
From 10:33 a.m. to 10:53, both devices remain in the area of Orthopedic Associates after Mr. Pahl's appointment is complete?
Yes, ma'am.
And they don't begin moving until 10:54, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Now, Mr. Pahl told investigators in his interview with Detective Seitz and Detective Fredericks that after he left OAW, he was driving up and down the streets looking for Ms. Pavlon's. Based upon the records that you reviewed, was there any evidence to support that assertion?
I wouldn't say driving up and down. I mean, I guess it'd be possible that he's within close proximity to OAW, but I don't see any indication that he left the immediate area of OAW.
Okay. Certainly not that he drove west on Gulf Road?
No,
Okay.
I don't see anything moving west.
Okay. And so the first time that you see his device traveling outside the immediate vicinity of OAW is at 10:54, and then those records continue on to 1001 Delafield?
Correct. It's moving east at that time.
And his vehicle arrives at the Willow Park Apartments at about 11:03 on surveillance cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's consistent with the timeline that you've created here with Mr. Pahl leaving and driving directly to Willow Park Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
It's about a 10-minute drive from OAW to Willow Park?
Approximately, yes.
I failed to show you a couple exhibits when we were talking about August 8th. So you saw those videos between 2:34 and 3:01. Did you also locate any evidence on Mr. Pahl's phone related to those videos in that approximate time frame?
There was some messaging from Mr. Pahl's device to Ms. Pavlon's device.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Sorry, can you pull up the different exhibits, please?
State's trying to dot the I's and cross the T's here with this investigator if they've
I'm going to show you exhibit 4,
gone
6,
through the
7.
entire timeline.
I'm going to show that just for the witness first. We can scroll down a little bit. Detective, what are you looking at here?
I'm sorry, my screen didn't come on right away.
Oh, sure. I'll give you a second. Do you want us to scroll up? Would that be helpful?
Yes, if you could.
Okay, and then scroll down. What are we looking at here?
This is a portion of messages that were sent from Mr. Pahl's device to Ms. Pavlon's device on August 8th.
How can you tell that?
Looking at the source file, as well as prior to today's testimony, I specifically checked for these messages in Mr. Pahl's extraction.
Okay. So do you believe this is a fair and accurate depiction of the messages sent by Mr. Pahl to Ms. Pavlon's on August 8th at approximately 3:27 p.m.?
At least these 3 messages, yes.
Okay. I would move admission of Exhibit 467 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. It's admitted. You may publish.
Okay, Detective. So tell me what we're looking at in line 61.
So in line 61, there's an outgoing text message from Matthew Pahl's device. We're looking at his device here, so that from owner is Mr. Pahl's device. And then 2 would be 262-893, which is Ms. Pavlon's phone number. The top section in that next column is the body of the message, which reads, "Your piss stain." And then there's some source file information there as to where this information was recovered out of the extraction.
What about the next line, line 62?
That is a attachment that was sent. So it gets resized when it's sent as a message, but that's a thumbnail that we're looking at here. I believe there's a bigger picture of it.
Okay.
Shows what that attachment was.
We can show just to the witness first, Exhibit 468. Detective, is that same photograph that was sent in the messages that you just reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
This appears to be a true and accurate depiction of that.
Yes, ma'am.
I would move Exhibit 468 into evidence. Permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So you may publish it. It's admitted.
Detective, that's a larger photograph of the thumbnail size that you could see from the messages on August 8th.
Yes, it appeers to be.
Okay. There's one other thing I wanted to ask you about some of those deleted messages. So, if you recall the deleted database that you were able to review, you indicated that 380 messages were deleted between March 17th and June 17th. Are you able to recover any of those messages?
No, ma'am. And just to clarify, the actual database isn't deleted, just specific records within that database.
Right. So the actual messages that would have been incoming and outgoing to Ms. Pavlon's phone are deleted in that time frame. You don't know when they're deleted, though, right?
Correct.
Same thing with the time frame between June 17th and August 15th. 442 messages are deleted, but you can't say what messages have been deleted, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what you can say is that they are deleted before you review the phone sometime after September 17th of 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. And if there had been messages, say, between Stephanie Pavlons and Mr. Matthew Pahl that were in those deleted sections, you would have no idea what they say, right?
By looking at her device, no, I would not be able to tell you what they said.
All right, Detective, I don't have any other questions for you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Galaviz.
Detective, on that last subject, when were those messages deleted?
I don't know when they were deleted.
And is that for all three groups? You don't know exactly who deleted them or when they were deleted?
That's correct.
So the ones prior to August 23rd, they were on Ms. Pavlon's phone, true?
The ones that were deleted were on her phone?
Correct.
At some point they were, yes.
So any of those groups that were deleted before August 23rd, 2022, it's fair to say she could have deleted those messages, true?
Except for ones that we saw in other evidence, yes.
Except for ones we saw in other evidence.
Now, had Mr. Pahl come from his residence on August 23rd and taken all the digital devices that he had on his person, to include his cell phone, Ms. Pavlon's cell phone, iPad, every digital device that he had on his person or his apartment, and dumped them in a river somewhere, what information could you provide to the jury based upon him dumping those digital devices on August 23rd, 2022?
He's a good guy because he didn't throw it.
Am I assuming that I eventually recover those devices from the body of water?
Never recovered them.
If we didn't recover the physical devices, we would be limited to most likely to call detail records in that advanced time and advance data for generalized locations. We'd likely follow up with warrants to various providers such as Google, Apple, etc., to try to obtain any information that was backed up from those devices prior to them being destroyed.
So if he would have done that, your job would have been a lot more difficult?
More of a puzzle and missing a lot more information.
Same if you would have dumped the scanner and the dashboard video device, if you would have dumped that in the river on the 23rd of 2022 August, what information could you have gathered out of those devices, the scanner and the dashboard device?
I'm not sure what scanner you're referencing, but if the dash cam was destroyed, same thing. We just would not have that evidence to corroborate maybe their cell phone records.
So you wouldn't have any evidence from the dashboard camera, true? If you would have dumped it or destroyed it on the 23rd of August?
If it was destroyed and we did not recover it, that's correct.
Same for the scanner?
I'm not sure what scanner you're referencing.
Is the scanner inside the dashboard device, or where's the scanner from?
The scanner is an application on Mr. Pahl's cell phone.
So if you would have dumped his cell phone in the river, would you have got any scanner information?
Not unless I recovered the physical device.
So my guy's a good guy because he's a bad criminal.
And clearly he didn't do any of that, true?
I don't have any indication that any physical devices were destroyed.
If he had dumped his phone, we wouldn't have this image of himself in the mirror that he sent to, I don't know who all, but you know, there's that.
So witness only exhibit number, that's exhibit number 621.
Yeah, sorry to ruin your dinner.
Tell me when you can see it.
What was it? I blew it up from one of the other screens.
You're familiar with that exhibit, true?
Yes, sir.
Text
Those are
himself that picture.
T-Mobile documents that you obtained, true? Or somebody from your department did?
Yes, this is a T-Mobile time in advance document, yes.
And what is that? What do you do with that?
So all the information that we talked about in terms of tower locations, sectors used, distances from the tower are contained within this document. So this document is what our software is reading and what I've been trained to analyze and map by hand if I had a lot of time.
And how are you able to use your CellHawk device to, in conjunction with document 621 to develop your mapping?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can I publish this to the jury?
Any objection?
No.
All right, yes, you may. You're asking that it be admitted and published. Yes.
Yes, sir. No. I'm going to scroll down on this device. Do you see it? See the scrolling? It says confidence level high. What does that mean?
Yeah, so the first two columns there, end latitude and end longitude, and then the confidence rating, that's proprietary to the provider. That's not anything that's made public or anything that I could study or be taught on unless I worked for T-Mobile's network team. So we follow a scientific working group of digital evidence. They publish a lot of articles related to digital evidence, including historical cell site analysis. And they also indicate that those columns are proprietary. So their recommendation is that we would map tower, sector, and distance from tower and not use any estimated device location.
Is there like any kind of warning or from T-Mobile about the confidence level of this document 621?
Yes, there is.
What's the warning?
I don't know it verbatim. If you have the records, I could read it to you. But basically, it talks about them being based on a number of calculations. It gets assigned a confidence level. Low confidence is like, please don't quote me, I think it's greater than 300 meters. A medium confidence is 200 meters. And then a high confidence would be less than 100 meters. Sorry.
Michael, did you finish what you were saying?
And then it just goes on to state that caution should be exercised when utilizing these records and they should be corroborated with other information.
Right, caution should be used for investigative purposes and prosecutorial purposes, true?
That's correct.
So the confidence level for high is within 100 meters?
I believe that's what they say, but again, it's proprietary. I don't know much about that.
And the confidence level for medium, would you know what that was again?
Again, I don't use the confidence in the estimated device locations. I believe medium is 200 meters.
I'm showing you on this exhibit 138 through 1407. It's going to take me a while to get down there.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance. Detective Shrader has just said that he doesn't use these records for the mapping.
Overruled.
I really
Scroll. You can't just grab the scroll wheel and drag, but he prefers to spin the wheel like he's a hamster.
Do you see lines 1338 through 1407?
I'm sorry, you said 1338 through
1407.
Yes, I see them as you scroll.
And again, the confidence level is low?
On the estimated device location, yes.
And that's signifies when Mr. Pahl was at OAW during that time that you're testifying to today in front of the jury. True?
Again, for the estimated device locations, yes. Those are not included in my map.
So the confidence level while Mr. Pahl was at OAW, according to T-Mobile, is low. True?
For the estimated device locations, yes, that is true.
And 300 meters equates to what, 6 football fields?
I think a little more than that, but yes.
And I think at the end you had exhibit number, and this is a flash drive that I received from the prosecutor, so I'm not sure if it is the same as yours. No, exhibit number, I think it's 193.
193? You would like us to?
Yes, if you can publish, I think.
Madam Clerk, yeah, thank you.
Now, again, you identified that as being, what? What did you say was happening here with this exhibit?
So this is very zoomed in on records from Ms. Pavlon's device between 10:33 a.m. and 10:53 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022.
And Mr. Pahl's device was similar, almost, if not exact, true?
Very similar, yes.
So given that it's low confidence, right now the T-Mobile record said it's telling you this is low confidence, true?
It's talking about the estimated device locations, which aren't depicted in this map.
So Mr. Pahl could have exited his appointment, went to his car, and entered the building looking for Ms. Pavlon, and there wouldn't be a change in this, true?
If he just went back in the building?
Correct.
No, I don't think we'd be able to see a change in this.
So if Mr. Pahl would have entered his vehicle and driven around the building looking for Ms. Pavlon, there wouldn't be a change in this, true?
There would or would not be change?
Would not be a change.
Probably not enough to notice the change. There could be a little variance to it, but not enough to say that he left or did anything.
So if Mr. Pahl exited the parking lot, drove west on Gulf Road to the end of that slide, there wouldn't be a change to this exhibit, true?
There could be if records are being generated and he's moving west.
But as far as you know, there would not be a change. I mean, you're just speculating. if he drove west partially to look for Ms. Pavlons and drove back?
I feel like I have to speculate when you ask me a hypothetical. If he starts moving west, it depends if records are being generated.
That's funny.
If he started to move west, eventually we're going to see a change in that movement.
Yeah, but you don't have any records to show that he didn't do that, true?
That would be true.
Just ask a hypothetical.
And again, during his interview on September 17, 2022, Mr. Pahl told the detectives that he was using his devices and Ms. Pavlon's devices after she disappeared. Your investigator verifies that, true?
I don't know that he told investigators that, but I do see activity on her phone.
Do you know what the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence is?
Yes, sir. I mentioned that in my testimony.
What is that again?
The Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence.
Correct.
They establish a litany of documents, but pertaining to digital forensics and different scientific technology, including historical cell site analysis, and they vote and publish documents on best practices or recommendations when conducting this analysis.
So, I mean, it doesn't, with your Hawk device or mapping, it doesn't pinpoint the exact location of where the person is with the device, true?
That's correct.
It just gives a general location, true?
That's correct.
And that's why you put down on your diagrams approximately, true?
Correct.
I think it's Exhibit 120, the scanner. Could you put that back up for him?
202 is the first one.
Is that what it was?
The chart that shows you.
Correct.
Go to 202, please, and slide number 119, please.
Again, this is the scanner information that you were able to obtain from Mr. Pahl's scanning device, true?
That's correct.
And it indicates, starts at August 21st, 2022, true?
That's correct.
And as far as we know, Ms. Pavlons is still alive on that particular date, true?
My understanding is yes.
And again, on August, there's 6 searches or device uses on August 22nd, 2022, true?
Correct.
And as far as we know, Ms. Pavlons is still alive on that particular date, true?
Correct.
And apparently Ms. Pavlons went missing August 23rd, 2022. How many times was this device used on the day she went missing?
0.
And on the 24th?
0.
And on the 25th?
2.
So between the 23rd and 25th, there was 2 times she used the device. 0 on the day she disappeared and 0 on the following day, true?
That's true.
And on I think it's the 26th, if I get that right, there's 21?
That's correct.
What's the significance of that with anything in this case?
I don't know what exactly happened on the 26th, other than that's the first day I noted that Mr. Pahl's device started checking for obituaries. There's communication where he's indicating he's worried about something. I don't know any specific significance to that date as to why there's an elevated number of uses.
So she's missing on the 23rd, and on the 26th he's scanning the police, true?
That's correct.
And he's checking obituaries, true?
That's correct.
Because she's missing, true?
We didn't know that, but yes.
And he continues to scan the following days, true? The 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th, true?
That's correct.
What's significance about the 31st into this case?
Again, I don't have anything specific why there would be a spike in activity, for lack of a better way to describe it, on August 31st.
Right, as far as we all know, she's still missing, true?
Yes.
And he's still scanning, true?
That's correct.
And when you scan police, you can tell by that what contact police are making with people generally in the public, true?
Generally speaking, yes.
Traffic stops, true?
Yes.
Maybe if they encounter somebody walking down the road, true?
Yes.
Somebody who possibly was arrested, that would be on the scanner, true?
Yes.
Is he still checking the obituaries to see if there's been any mention of Ms. Pavlons during this time from the 26th to the 31st, as far as you know?
I don't remember exact dates, but I know there were searches periodically as time continued on, yes.
Because you indicated that the police so far have not told the public regarding well, strike that. The police didn't recover anything until the 9th as far as body of Ms. Pavlons, true?
Yes, that's when we were notified of, I guess, started this investigation.
But as far as we know, from August 26th to September 8th, he's still standing, true?
That's correct in general, yes.
And as far as we know, he's still on his pad or doing internet searches for obituaries, true?
That's correct.
And on the 9th is the day the police recovered Miss Pavlin's body in the woods, true?
Yes.
And he's scanning 66 times on that day?
Bringing the application to focus 66 times. I don't know specifics for how long the application was open based on this.
And you indicated that that scanning device is able to tell him, if he's listening, what's going on, true?
To some extent, yes.
But we don't know exactly what kind of scanning information is happening, or police chatter that's happening on September 9th, true?
I do not know exactly what he would have heard had he had the app open.
I mean, you didn't obtain that dispatch information or any kind of talk for that particular, as far as what was going on with the talking that was going on during that day between police networks and dispatch. Did you obtain that information?
I did not obtain that information.
So as far as you know, there could have been police talk about a female subject being located in the woods, true? On September 9th, 2022.
I'm sure something along those lines was included in the initial dispatch to our deputies that responded out there, yes.
And you indicated that after September 9th, 2022, there's more searches in the obituaries, true, for Mr. Pahl?
Yes, sir.
And now his dad, Marvin Pahl, is searching the obituaries, true?
I mean, that began before then, but yes, he is searching.
Him and his dad are both checking the obituaries for Stephanie Pavlin, true?
Yes, that's correct.
When does the public get told, do you know, if you know, that it was Miss Pavlin's in the woods?
I don't recall a specific date for when or if we released that information.
Was it any time in September of 2022, if you know?
I don't recall, sir.
Was the public ever told?
To be honest, I don't know.
Do you know if Miss Pavlin's was ever received a funeral?
That I do not know.
Do you know if that funeral was ever, so you don't know if she received a funeral?
I do not know if she had a funeral.
But on September 17th, we know that based upon prior testimony that Mr. Pahl was arrested by the police and interviewed, true?
Maybe not arrested, but yes, he was taken into custody and interviewed, yes.
And there's information that he was released on that particular day, but you would know, true?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
When he was arrested, he was released. Did you ever get told that?
That he didn't remain in custody on
Correct.
September 7th? I knew he wasn't in custody. That's true.
And after he was released by the police, there's more obituary searches from him and Marvin Pahl after the 17th, true?
Are we still speaking of this device? Because I'm not
No,
sure.
obituary searches from Mr. Marvin Pahl's website, and Mr. Pahl's. They're still searching for the obituaries after the 17th, true?
At least on his new device, yes. I mean, that's a year later. The device that we were talking about here remained in our possession, to my knowledge, so I'm not going to get any new information after he's released on that device.
So on the 17th, his original cell phone device was seized, true?
That's correct.
And he apparently obtained another cell phone, true?
At some point, yes.
And by looking at that second cell phone, you could tell he's still searching for the obituaries, true?
That's correct.
Because on the 17th, I mean, the jury heard that him being interviewed, he was never told what happened to Ms. Pavlin regarding her death, true?
I didn't hear the interview.
I mean, as far as you know, the police told him that she was still missing, true?
As far as I know, yes.
So after the 17th, he's still checking for the obituaries, true?
On his new device, we did recover searches. So in 2023, when we recovered his new device, there was still internet searches on there for obituaries, yes.
And Marvin Pahl's father was also checking the obituaries for Stephanie Pavlin's, true?
That's correct.
Wow. Lots of truths coming in.
Again, as far as you know, his devices were never destroyed from August 23rd until you took custody of them, true?
I don't have any indication of things being destroyed.
So after the 17th, after his interview with the police, you still didn't destroy anything, true?
I guess I'm not sure if I would be able to answer that.
Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate the super chat. Staying up a little late tonight, catching up on this
And
one.
you saw the photographs of, did you take part in the search of Mr. Pahl's residence on September 17th, 2022?
I think I was there, yes.
And from the 23rd to the 17th, he had not, obviously, you found Ms. Pavlin's property in his apartment, true?
That's correct.
Never threw any of that out, true?
I can't speak to what else may have been there, but we did recover her purse and water bottle, yes.
And you saw that video on August 23rd when he walked into the Willow Park's apartment after returning from his orthopedic appointment, true?
That's true.
It was around 11:03, 11:06, true?
Yes, sir.
And when he's walking into that north entry door, channel 7, I believe it is, he's not hiding that water bottle, true?
The first time he enters at approximately like 11:14, he doesn't appear to be concealing anything at that time.
Now you can see the water bottle right in his hands, true?
That's correct.
And did you continuously look at those videos from the 23rd until the rest of that evening? You yourself?
From Willow Park?
Yes.
I can't say that I watched every video on the 23rd from that day, from Willow Park.
Right, but after he goes into his apartment with the water bottle, and he apparently exits the building again with a different shirt, true?
That's correct.
But prior to exiting, he goes checks his mail in the mail room, true?
I'm not sure.
I mean, he doesn't go upstairs, put the water bottle away, and come back down the north door exit, true?
I don't recall.
I think it's the intent of the defense attorneys to have a certain aspect of their personality be so unlikable that the jury hates them more than they hate their clients.
Do you recall what time he exited the
True.
building after he arrived the first time, around 11 o'clock? If you can't, I'll play you the video.
I think it's approximately 12:19 to 12:21 p.m. maybe.
And I'm going to play for you exhibit number 535. I believe this has been published to the jury. Yes, it is. Do you see exhibit number 535 in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
And this is what he does prior to exiting the building. True?
Yeah, it appears I thought he left at 12:19, so this would be right before he exits door 4.
And it depicts him checking his mailbox. True?
I'm still watching, but yes, it appears that's what he's doing.
And other than changing his shirt, I mean, he appears to be still in his same pants and sock shoes and tennis shoes, true? Or
I guess it appears that way. I'd have to see him coming back to refresh my memory on what clothes he had on.
but as far as that video, you don't see any kind of debris on his tennis shoes or socks or shorts, do you?
Did you say debris?
Yeah, any dirt, grass?
No, I don't.
And let me play you the video again that depicts him entering the building. This is exhibit number 534. You see exhibit number 534?
Yes, sir. I see it.
And again, this is him entering the building as soon as he parked his vehicle, shortly after he parked his vehicle, true?
Yeah, about 10 minutes, yes.
And you see the water bottle in his hands, true? It's not concealed, is it?
That's correct.
Do you see his pants and shoes? You can't see any dirt, grass, or anything like you walked in the field, true?
I don't see anything standing out in this video, no.
That's him walking up the stairs, true? The rear of it?
Correct.
I mean, you could see his shirt that he's wearing, true?
I can see his shirt, yes.
You don't see any kind of like sweats or like he had been sweating at all on his shirt, do you?
No, it doesn't appear that way, no.
The back of his shoes seem to be clean, true? The socks?
I mean, to be fair, his shoes are black. It's very hard to see, and his pants are camouflage. I don't see anything, no.
And it was a hot day that day, August 23rd, 2022, true?
I don't recall what the weather was.
It's in the summer, true? August?
Sure, it's yes.
But it's Wisconsin. Does it ever get hot there?
And the jury was shown a video, and I'll show it to you just to be fair. Exhibit number 574. This has already been published, Judge. You see Mr. Pahl on the video, true?
Yes, I do.
And he appears to have shopping bags on that cart, true?
Yes, it looks like groceries.
And did you ever, I mean, if you had gone to Walmart to buy those groceries, you were told that, did you ever check with Walmart with the receipt that would indicate to the jury what he had in the grocery bags?
Did I personally? No, I did not check with Walmart for a receipt.
Did anybody from your department go check with Walmart to see what he had bought in that day?
I do not know the answer to that.
Would that have been possible to check with Walmart to see what was in those bags?
It's probably possible. It depends on their point of sale system. But some places, yes, we would be able to get a receipt and see what was purchased.
Was it alleged that he used her Snap
If
card?
I told you there was food for him and Miss Babylon's in that bag, you would know any different, true?
I don't know how I would know that.
True. If there was feminine products in those bags, you would know any different, true?
That's true.
But if you had got the receipt, that might have been able to tell you that he bought feminine products on that day?
Possibly, yes.
You guys want the screaming goat? Hasn't been used since Halloween.
Did you check? I mean, we saw Miss Pavlon's phone where apparently she deleted text messages or information from her phone, true?
I don't know who deleted the information from her phone.
But there was deleted text messages, true?
That's correct.
Did you check Mr. Paul's phone to see if there was deleted text messages on his phone?
To some extent, I don't recall how in-depth that analysis was, though.
But had he deleted similar messages on his phone, you probably would have noted that, true?
I don't recall if that request was made to me. I don't recall specifically analyzing the database on his phone as I did on hers.
Do these cell phones have limited storage?
At some point, yes. I don't know the exact capacity of these devices, though.
So if a cell phone was to reach its capacity, would it be necessary to delete messages?
Yes, if you wanted to store more information, you'd probably get some type of a warning saying that your storage is running out, and it would maybe offer you some guidance into what you could delete.
Now, you indicated that you were given cell phones from Mr. Pahl, true?
Mr. Paul, yes.
Mr. Pahl, true?
Yes.
Did you ever obtain Marvin Pahl, true?
I don't recall seeing Marvin Paul's cell phone.
You didn't delete anything from Marvin Paul's cell phone?
I would definitely not delete anything from Marvin Paul's cell phone.
Did you download anything from Marvin Paul's cell phone?
Me personally, no.
How about Mr. Paul's mother, her cell phone?
I don't recall forensically examining those devices.
Anything else? No, let's be done. True. Okay, we'll be done.
There's one thing I was going to show you.
Wisconsin does get hot and humid in the summer. How late are we going tonight? We're almost done.
I think it was slide 82 on your...
You want that up?
Yes, I think it's been published already, true? Can you please put it, show it to the witness?
Like 82.
Correct.
Very hot, humid, and sultry in Wisconsin.
Again, yours doesn't match really well. It was the one where he's in front of the building.
Oh, I just got that pop that I've been going for all day in my neck. Oh, that was satisfying.
I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 81. Can you see that? Exhibit 202, slide 81. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Again, you played this for the jury, true?
Yes, sir, I played.
And
Would you like me to play that for you?
yeah, okay. Can you stop it when I tell you to stop it? I can't. Could you start this for the jury? Again, this is the front of Orthopedics Associates, true?
That's correct.
Heading west, true?
Correct.
Now we're going to drive around back.
Could you stop it there? No, it's stopping it at, my monitor says 10825, true?
I see that, yes.
And you see what's west of Orthopedics. Are those woods?
They appear to be trees, yes.
Can you keep going? Can you stop it there? Those are clearly woods on the west side of Orthopedics, true?
I would agree that that looks like woods, yes.
So there's woods on the west side of Orthopedics and apparently on the east side, true?
Yes.
You got me. Yep. Not guilty.
Could you keep going, please?
There are trees other places.
Just stop it right there. Now, as far as we know, there's no exit onto Gulf Road on this part of Orthopedics building, true?
do not believe there is an exit on the Gulf Road on the west end of this parking lot.
So the only entry and exit is on the east side, true?
That is correct.
And that's where all the traffic is coming and going from the east side, true?
Yes, that's correct.
On this side, the west side, there apparently is no traffic. Would you say that's true?
I don't see any traffic in this video, no.
True.
Could you keep going?
Would you say that's true? Wait, there's another tree. Stop. Identify
Could you stop
which
it
tree.
right there?
Yep.
Do you see orthopedics building on your right?
I do.
On the back end of that building, there appears to be no windows whatsoever, true?
Sure. From what I can see here, I don't see any windows. I guess in the back half, I see some windows immediately on the right here.
And we're approaching the north part of the building, true?
Correct. The northwest corner is what we're looking at.
And behind the building is more woods, true?
Yeah, I mean, there's a golf course back there, and yes, trees. Maybe you'd call it woods, sure.
Could you keep going, please? Can you stop it, please? So, I mean, you can clear. Okay. This is 109. I think it's, is that 10902? True?
Yes, I see that.
And again, that clearly shows the woods behind orthopedics, true?
Yes.
Are you aware there's a swamp back there also?
Oh, swamp.
I don't know that particularly. There could be.
Could you keep playing, true? Keep playing, please. Could you stop it right there?
I'm
If you
sorry.
see
Could you keep playing true?
the south side of the building of orthopedics?
I cannot see the south side in this. We're looking at the north wall.
What? I think it's the north side.
That was funny too.
You see the north side of the building?
Yeah, this is the north side of the building.
Again, this corner, do you see no
cracking
windows
a
on that?
smile.
Absolutely no windows on that side of the building, true? On this end of the building.
Yeah, what would be the northwest corner? I see it doesn't appear to be any windows on there.
So on this corner of the building, there's absolutely no windows, true? On the west side and north side of the building, true?
From what I've seen in this dash cam, yes, the northwest corner, I do not see any windows on the building.
And again, this side of the building you don't see anybody walking in the area, true?
In this video, no, I did not see anybody walking.
You didn't see any cars coming in and going down this road, did you?
No, I did not.
There appears to be no individuals and no traffic on this side of the building, true?
True.
Could you keep playing it, please?
He just said true, true. Driving around the back.
Thank you. Would it be safe to say that all the traffic of individuals and vehicles are all on the opposite side of this building, true?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
It's safe to say all the patients coming into orthopedics are coming in from the other side of the building, true?
I guess, yeah, I'd probably enter the main entrance on the south side of this building, yes.
And again, the golf road, frontage road is on that other side of the building, true?
That's correct.
Straight ahead is woods and the golf course, true?
That's correct.
Again, I asked you.
We did away with it. We hit 1,000.
Mr. Pahl
and
is circling
stopped.
around the building looking for Ms. Pavlon's. Your mapping wouldn't indicate anything different than that, true? Your self-hawk mapping?
Likely not enough to show that he's moving around the building. That's correct.
I have nothing further, Judge.
All right. Any redirect? All right. How much do you think you can have?
I have quite a bit.
All right. Let's take a break now. It's just before noon, and let's come back at 1 o'clock. Yeah. Everybody okay with that?
All right.
1 o'clock.
All right, to the jury.
Here's what I suggest. Let's pause this. We worked late. We got half of today done. I think we have to start early tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that this detective is the state's last witness. I think we have to start early. Finish the state's case. How long is it? You want to go? How early is early? Like 4? No, not that early. That's way too early. Give me a minute. Let me see if we can see how long we're going to break for lunch. That takes us past the 50% mark, and then we come back. Oh, it's really quick. Let's finish this witness, shall we? It's like half an hour max. Okay, here we go. We're going to finish the witness.
And hoping that all 14 jurors are back, is there anything from the state before we start again?
But after Detective Shrader completes his testimony, the state is prepared to rest, so we can do that on the record immediately after.
Okay, all right, very good. Anything from the defense before we start? Okay, and then after the state rests,
Then we rest too.
You want me to address any kind of motions or any issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll take it. I don't know how long he's going to last, but we'll have the jurors leave after that then, okay? All right.
We're going to leave.
Let's have the jurors come back then.
We'll do the judgment of acquittal motion, or whatever Wisconsin's version of it is, tomorrow morning, early. So I'm thinking by 8:30 we need to start promptly. Probably at the same speed. We'll see. It depends what the witness is. We might go to 1.25. The goal is to be live for closings and verdict, or at least for the verdict. I'm okay with skipping through the closings and the jury instructions and all. You got a standing desk so you didn't sit all day and get cramped up, but you don't use it. Laurie, that's pretty much it right now. But I am exercising. I started an exercise routine, which has been the first week was quite painful. I was quite sore. But I'm seeing great results already. So 8:30, true. I think 8:30 we can start by then. Europe is staying here. You guys are troopers. That is amazing.
All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Have a seat, everybody. Folks, I trust you had good lunch. Detective Shrader is on the stand, and you finished up with cross-examination, correct, Mr. Galloway?
Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
List in chat
Detective
what words
Shrader,
you'd rather hear than
based on
true.
your review of the cell phone records and the data that you obtained, if Mr. Pahl told investigators that he found Ms. Pavlon's phone at the car wash on September 6th, would that be consistent with the information that you obtained during this investigation?
Judge, I object. That's not facts and evidence.
Overruled.
Judge, there's no testimony of a cell phone being found at the car wash. There's a person, a note.
Overruled. You can answer.
No, that would not be consistent with my findings.
Okay, tell me why.
There's information that's occurring in Ms. Pavlon's phone that is consistent with somebody using that device. So if it were to have remained in the truck until the car wash on September 6th, I don't know who would have been using that device near 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Now, you said earlier that you don't know when some of these messages are deleted, but you can say with certainty that Ms. Pavlon's didn't delete any messages after 8:23, right?
After 8:23, I do not believe it would be possible for her to have deleted any messages.
And in your review of the cell phone records that were used to map the maps that we've seen on Friday and again today, did you use best practices in making those maps?
Yes, ma'am.
What really do those best practices require?
In terms of the specialized records that were used in the maps that I created, I follow the Scientific Working Group with Digital Evidence, which indicates that you should, or it recommends that you map with cell site, sector information, and an arc providing the distance from tower.
Okay. Did you also have someone peer review those records that you have peer review the maps that you created to ensure that you were providing accurate information to this jury?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about the records right around 10:53 a.m. and if it was possible that Mr. Pahl drove west on Gulf Road, right? Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was there anything in the records that indicated to you that Mr. Pahl's device drives west on Gulf Road past the point of OAW?
I did not see any information that would indicate that.
And in fact, the records indicate that the devices remained in the area of OAW between 10:33 a.m. and 10:53 a.m.
That's correct.
We can go to Exhibit 202, please. I'd like to start on slide 51. Detective, you were asked a lot of questions from Mr. Galloway about the police scanner app in particular days. So I want to go back to those days. One of the days that he asked you about was August 26th. So we're going to go to, okay, looking at slide 51, what was happening on August 26th?
There's an incoming call from Brookfield Dental Center. It's an outgoing call on her device, checking voicemail. And both on August 25th and August 26th, there's missed calls from Layla on Ms. Pavlon's device.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 52, please. Also on August 26th, Layla leaves a voicemail, which is ultimately checked. Is that correct?
I believe to be checked, yes.
Okay. That would be consistent with other people in Ms. Pavlon's life reaching out to her, trying to reach out to her, making phone calls to her, right?
Yes, at least attempting contact with her, yes.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 64, please. That's August 31st. That was another day that Mr. Pahl was checking the scanner. What was happening on August 31st?
There's some web searches from Mr. Pahl's phone regarding obituaries. There's an incoming call from Delafield Dental. And there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device, checking voicemails.
Again, someone else reaching out to Ms. Pavlon's, checking in, making a phone call, right?
There's an incoming call, yes.
Okay. So both of these are days that someone outside of Mr. Pahl may be looking for Ms. Pavlon's. Fair to say?
That'd be fair.
Okay. Now, on 9/9, we saw that huge jump up to 66 times the police scanner was used, right?
Yes, it was brought to focus, yes.
Okay, thank you. Brought to focus. In your experience as both a patrol deputy and as a detective, is law enforcement careful about what's aired on the radio over a scanner?
Objection, that's speculation. He doesn't know what everybody else is doing on the scanner.
Overruled. In my experience, if we respond to we'll call it a sensitive matter, whether it be a fatal car crash or something where somebody may be deceased, we were always advised not to air that information. We would typically not provide license plates or names over the air, just to mitigate the risk of somebody scanning and providing bad information to an outlet.
It's important for law enforcement to be the first point of contact making a death notification, right?
We try our best to do that, yes.
So that type of information is not aired over the radio to prevent someone from maybe finding out about maybe their loved one being deceased before law enforcement's had an opportunity to do so?
That's correct.
Judge, I'm objecting to all the speculation coming in.
Overruled. That's correct.
If we can go to slide 123, please. Sorry. Oh. Detective, slide 123 is from September 14th. Sorry, can we go back to the left? A couple more, sorry. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was wrong. Slide 113. We can now display this for the witness. This is a message that's sent to Stephanie from Mr. Hobeck. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that was also, September 14th was also a day that Mr. Pahl's brings the police scanner app to focus an unusually large number of times, right?
I don't recall how many times September 14th was.
Sure, we can go back to, I think it's forward. There we go. September 14th. He brings the police scanner app to focus 30 times.
Yes, it does appear that way.
You were asked about some of the obituary searches that you found on both Mr. Marvin Pahl's computer and on Mr. Matthew Pahl's devices. Why were any searches prior to September 17th for things like Stephanie Pavlon's obituaries, why were those significant prior to 9/17 in your investigation?
Again, I don't know exactly what was put in our press release, but it's uncommon for us to disclose that information during an active investigation. So with law enforcement not being notified of even the recovery of a body in the woods to releasing that name, I don't believe that had occurred at that point. So any searches prior to that specific to her seemed like somebody that would maybe have additional information.
You would agree that if Mr. Pahl dumped some devices in the river or got rid of devices, you would have no idea that those devices had been destroyed, dumped, taken somewhere else, right?
Correct, unless I got outside information that something was destroyed or where it was placed.
So you don't know that that wasn't done in this case, right?
True.
You know what devices you have and the devices that you were able to extract and provide data from.
That's correct.
You were asked a lot of questions about some of the video from August 23rd about Mr. Pahl's clothing, what he's wearing, what you could observe. You would agree that there's about 10 minutes, 11 minutes between when Mr. Pahl's truck enters the apartment complex and when he actually enters the building.
I believe it's about 10 minutes, yes.
Okay. You have no idea what Mr. Pahl was doing in the truck before he enters the building, right?
I do not know.
He could have brushed off his clothes.
He could have.
We don't know.
That's correct. I do not know. You
were also asked if he concealed the water bottle when he brought the water bottle, the pink water bottle, in on August 23rd, right? You remember that question?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said he didn't conceal the water bottle.
That's correct. He just carries it in.
But he does conceal the purse when he walks in on August 23rd, doesn't he?
Objection, Judge. That's for speculation. Mr. Pahl always carried stuff in bags every single time he entered the apartment. This was not anything different.
Overruled. It was carried in a plastic bag. Depending on somebody's interpretation of concealed, it was difficult to see rather than carrying it not in a plastic bag.
Similarly, on August 25th, when he went shopping, he brought in a whole cart full of bags, right? You recall that video? We could go to slide 47. I'm so sorry. And you were asked, well, couldn't Mr. Pahl have been getting groceries for himself and Ms. Pavlon's, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but on August 25th at 8:15 a.m., what is the message that he sends to Ms. Desierto?
At 8:15 a.m., Mr. Pahl says, but I have to go to store today for things I need, and I'm really worried about somebody in my circle.
So he's worried, and he never says that he's getting things for him and someone else, right? Just himself?
This message indicates it's for things that I need.
Now I want to ask you about some of the questions you were asked about deleted items from the phone. You were asked if someone were to have limited storage on their device, they might have to delete some things, right? Would it be common, based on the size of files, for someone to delete text messages if they needed to create more storage on their phone?
No.
I guess that's tough to say, but text messages, relatively speaking, are very small. I know for my phone personally, it talks about deleting videos in much larger files than thousands of text messages, as those are relatively small in terms of storage.
Aside from Mr. Pahl, were there very many people that Ms. Pavlon was communicating with on her cell phone?
In general?
Yes.
I don't know specifically. I know a large amount of her contacts were with Mr. Pahl.
Okay. And did you locate any messages between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's on Ms. Pavlon's device after it was recovered on September 17th?
There was one.
One message between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's?
Recovered from Ms. Pavlon's device? That's correct.
And when was that message sent?
I believe it was September 14th. We had talked about it. It was a news article of some sort regarding ATF in Milwaukee.
After August 23rd?
Correct.
Okay. So there are no messages, no contacts between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's prior to August 23rd on her device?
In terms of text messages, no.
Okay. And again, you know that Ms. Pavlon's could not have deleted any messages that occurred after August 23rd, right?
I don't believe that would be possible.
We just have a couple more minutes left, guys, and then we're going to stop after this witness.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, can we cross?
I mean, Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon, they Skyped a lot, true?
I believe that's true, yes.
So a lot of their messages back and forth were through Skype, true?
I don't know specifics. That's why I answered the state's question regarding text messages. I'm not sure on Skype messages.
And what is Skype?
It's instant messaging. You can video chat. Use it as another cell provider, I guess, but it's a messaging application.
Did you see anything on Mr. Pahl's device or Ms. Pavlon's device to indicate that they called each other on the telephone and did not Skype or text?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, Mr. Pahl could have communicated with Matt Pavlon through text, true?
Correct.
Through Skype, true?
That's true.
Through a laptop, true? Email messages, true?
True.
Through just telephone calls, true?
That's correct.
Katie Bug, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. We're almost done.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. He is excused.
Finally.
Any other witnesses from the state?
No, Judge, the state rests.
Okay, folks, there's some legal things we need to take up once the state rests, so I'm going to excuse you and ask you to go back to the jury, please, okay? Then you can leave your notes.
All right, so they go back and we go back to being done. That's it. We're ending right there. We're gonna tomorrow. We're gonna pick up. We've got a little bit to catch up still, but I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. The state has rested. The state has rested. This now turns over to the defense's case. They get to bring their witnesses and present whatever information they think is important for the jury to know before they make a decision, and then it's all in the jury's hands. I will tell you that today moved the needle for me. Today, seeing the details of the cell phone and who texted when, what, and how, I feel, especially from his, what do you call this? Only the person involved would know, right? This is limited information that nobody else knows, like who it is that's dead. He was texting people and searching the details of her being dead. That does not in and of itself prove that he's dead, but together with the other circumstantial evidence, I think it can bring me to guilty. I think that gets me beyond anything else. It's quite compelling for me. So I'll have to think it over and see if there's anything else. But I think I'm finally there, and it's just a tough one for the state to prove, especially because they're going for murder one. So that's going to be. That's going to be tricky. I wonder if they're going to bring in any lesser includeds. Murder 2 would be a lot easier to reach in this one, but we'll see. All right. With that, thank you all for being here. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for the mods, especially working long hours. You've been absolutely incredible. Are we finished? True. We are finished. It's true. We're going to be done for the night. His searches cooked him. Yeah, they were pretty bad. I look forward to seeing the closings. We're going to watch the rest of the defense's case, and then closings, and the verdict. I think it's all coming pretty soon. Are we still early tomorrow? Let's try for 8:30. To just fire it up right away. Just get started right away. All right. Can't wait for the poll. Curious to see where Chad is. I think if we did a couple polls, I think we would have nearly unanimous response in the affirmative if we just asked, do you think this guy is just a terrible person or something like that? He's shown that, and I would have loved to have seen him already have been tried for some of these elements so they could really be separated out and not included in the way they were here. But Anyway, it is what it is. Tomorrow it might all come to a head. We'll see what happens. So tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning, 8:30 in the morning. Be here bright and early. We'll sing happy birthday and just kick things off right off the bat. So dental surgery tomorrow. Wish me well. See you after. You can always watch as a distraction. I don't know. Maybe they'll put you under. I prefer the under version because I don't like remembering what the dentist is doing in my mouth. Generally, it's painful and it just hurts terribly. All right, you guys be good. We'll see you in the morning. Have a good one. True. Out. a.m. Eastern.
Because he's the guy. What more do you need to see?
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.